All right. Ignore that little extra window open at the beginning. Um, so it was reset day. Not much really. Content wise, I don't think came from the patch. I think it was just mostly probably like routine maintenance stuff. Probably so routine. I don't even think they put out a. I don't even think they put out any like notes for it or anything. So it was probably just like routine stuff on their end for the content wise. But basically, we're gonna do what we normally do: empty out all the shops. This week is definitely full on pirate coin week in uh Adventure Islands, as long as it's not a PvP one, because now that I have two characters in, well, actually looks like it's going to be a card pack day because none of them give high seas coins. Just Opportunity Isle gives pirate coins, but I'm mistaken. The high seas coin, if it doesn't also give the high seas coin one, it doesn't give as many. So we're just gonna do Lagoon Island then for some more card packs. But even then, we got I have two now that I have two tier 3 characters. My expenditure, well, my expenses for pirate coins are going to increase by quite a bit because I'm going to be buying it. I'm going to buy I'm going to empty out the pirate coins for both characters and then just funnel it into the scrapper to try to speed up her honing a little bit. Just gonna like buy all the tier 3 stuff now, get out of the way. Yeah, leaf stones too. Yeah, the Berserker's tier 3, but I don't plan on pushing him higher, much like very high. I'll probably leave the honor shard pouches for him, because since he's brand new, he's gonna hurt a bit for honor shard, and like the scrapper's been in tier 3 for a while, so she's got a decent amount of honor shards stacked up right now, so she doesn't really need the extra pouches at the moment, so I'll just leave that for the Berserker. At least I'll let him get like a good chunk of them, so that way he can get some stuff going. I don't know if I'm gonna push him too high because he's 1310 right now. To go past 1310, you start needing the fusion materials, and I kind of want to save those more for the scrapper. So yeah, so it's a little I still don't know if I want to push him to 1325 too quickly or this soon, right? So we basically I'll probably sit on him for a bit. I'll probably let him build up some stuff for a while, and then I'll probably decide later on what I want to do with him. Also, I need my hunting to reach level 30 so I can use these stupid maps. They're starting to take up a little too much space. What else? This goes in there. I think that's everything right now. Yeah, I think I've emptied out everything that I need to. Oh no, I saw the one I was missing. Oop, there we go. And then we're gonna go buy the stuff from the other vendor, and then we're gonna empty out the shop for the pirate coins in the dock, and then we're gonna start doing our like rotation for stuff. All this. Yeah, we'll have at least a good amount of attempts that we can do. I think I want to go. I think I'm gonna go. Oh, no, I think I have to. Actually, I'll take this one. No, I'll get it later because I don't have to get it now. I don't have to get it right now. But I'm pretty sure I think I had a some Kaldar fusion materials already pumping, so uh I think there's 2 waiting in my strongholds, so that should be another 60, so that's 100. That should be enough Kaldar fusion materials to at least cover today's attempts. If we get anything good? What is this? Chain of resonance? That's kind of whatever. Do I have any other level 4s? No, I don't. So basically that's just gonna sit there and be sit there and wait for me to get like some other level 4s. Do this, do my guild login stuff real quick. Get alright, what weekly tasks do we have this week? Boss rush, accept, and cube. Beautiful. That's exactly what I was hoping for. This is what we wanted for this week with boss rush and cube. Because we all have a lot of those tickets saved up on a lot of our characters. So that's pretty nice to see. Accept. For the weekly, grab this. Grab my dailies. I gotta grab the follow-up for this one. Don't need to save that anymore. What is the follow-up for that one? I forget. This one now. Where is... Lost Haven. Really? Huh. That means I must start doing this on an alt, because that's not worth doing on my main. I'll probably add this to the list of stuff for the striker to do. Because that's really not worth doing at all on the main. That's unfortunate. The first one of that was really good, because it gave 5 leap stones. Which was tied for 5 leap stones is how much the other is how much like Hypnos gives at tier 3 at the level I'm at, is the 5 leap stones. So it was really good because it was a lot faster to do than the Hypnos burn, and but it only had a limited number of times you could do it before it went out. So going to so that's a little unfortunate. I wasn't expecting it to be like super better, like being the same the whole way through, but I did expect it to be better than just combat XP and providence stones. Alright, file these, file these, file these. Alright, we can't open that up. Since we're already on the boat, we're just gonna go do Anguish Isle real quick. I have 2 keys because I didn't do yesterday's Anguish Isle dungeon run because I had a lot of shit piled up for all my alts to do, so I just opted to hold on to my Anguish Isle key till today, and so I'll do both of them today. So it shouldn't take too long though. So while that loads, I'm gonna put on some long sleeves real quick. I'm telling you, this is the biggest thing I hate about spring is the shifts in temperature. Yesterday was so hot that I was like short sleeves. I had to have well, not yesterday. Yesterday actually was pretty cool. Was cooling down. Well, the day before yesterday, I was like, it was really hot, so I was in shorts and short sleeves. I had to have my AC rolling pretty well. The fan setting on my AC because I have a split unit in my wall. It's not like a normal AC. I had the fan going on that pretty high to like, and my ceiling fan rolling to keep to cool the room down, and And then yesterday, like a storm came through, and then and now it's like it's pretty chilly outside. It's not like super cold, but for when your body's like used to, you know, it being really warm, and then all of a sudden it like cools down like 10 degrees or so, 10 to 20 degrees. I don't know what the temperature is outside. It just feels cold. Uh, your body kind of like freezes up a little bit. Also, I need to put a little bit more effort this week into PvP. I think I got to grade level or grade 4. Yeah, I'm grade 4. So I'm pretty close to tier 1, so I can finally start buying stuff and start doing competitive. Because like last night I did my PvP weekly, and I was fuming because like out of the 5 matches, 3 of them I faced like whole pre-mades, like 3-man teams. One of them was a 2-man team, and then 1 random. And then only the last match was you know, like all randoms on my side versus all randoms on the enemy side. And it was so frustrating because it was like at least 2 of the 3-man team, like basically I lost all of them except for the last one, because like you could even tell that the 3-mans were in comms with each other. Why is it every time why people here? Go away. Go away. I don't feel like sharing. Oh, I was about to say, did she pick up my thing? Girl, don't touch my stuff with your dirty hands. But yeah, so like you could tell they were covering each other with comms and stuff, because like so I play Scrapper, and Scrapper's a real good like disruptor. So like I generally like to play her in a well, I try to play her in a style where you're kind of just disrupting the enemy's plans. So when they try to like lock someone down, you have a lot of AoEs that you can knock the group down. So like imagine, you know, they're trying to beat your teammate up over here. You can use Dragon's Advent, or you could also like start your True Rising Fist over here away from them, and then like shoot yourself on top of them, so that way they don't like hit you. And sometimes you can do it from like a dead angle, because the angles they can see you at, or sometimes there's angles that you can see them from that they can't see you from. And those are, oh my god, please. I just trying to get to the dungeon. But a lot of times, so what I like to do is I'll try to start True Rising Fist, because True Rising Fist in PvP is kind of I hate it personally. The only reason I use it is because there's literally no other, like you're using all the other abilities that you would have replaced it with, you're already using it. All the abilities that you don't replace it with, they're just not good enough to, like, for how much of a pain this is to deal with. The other abilities, like, they just aren't any good, at least from my experience. Maybe that, like, part of that could also be that I'm not experienced enough, like with Scrapper, to use them. But for the most part, I've seen most, like pretty much all Scrappers use the True Rising Fist. I have a love-hate for it, because the uppercut comes out very quickly, but the part where you convert into the dive, so like this part right here, so like the uppercut comes out quick, but then you like have to flip mid-air, like your character flips, and then you dunk down, right? The whole time your character is in the air and doing the flip, he is completely susceptible to any sort, like people could swing in your general direction, and with any like ability that has the slightest bit of push on it, and will completely like knock you out of your True Rising Fist. And the point is that it doesn't even need to be like a hard CC kind of thing. Like it literally is just whatever slightest thing they have that even does the most minimal amount of push. Because most people are gonna open, like, they're gonna throw an ability at you, right? They're not gonna like auto attack you when you're trying to do an ability. You know, they try to, in this game, you try to, it's back and forth answering ability with abilities and trying to see who wins. So like you True Rising Fist, right? So you're doing this, and then you're trying to like drop onto them, but it gives them a lot of time. Like it seems quick when you're doing it like statically, but When you're doing it in like a PvP scenario, like that move takes like it feels like it takes forever to get off. So it's pretty. I have a love-hate for it because like you can do really cool things with it, but you have to be really strategic and like really plan out your like initiations with it, or else it'll like you just won't get any sort of value out of it. Like if anything, you'll just make yourself a sitting duck rather than being helpful. So I tend to try to like I'll use it either on people I've knocked down, like if I'm like say I'm like 1v1ing in a corner or something, I'll like true rising fist after I knock them down with like charging blow. The charging blow is actually like I'd say it's borderline like overpowered in PvP. It has a really good distance forward with the tripods you take, and then it has a and then it'll knock them down. So like what I like to do is I kind of like to abuse it. So I try to like skirt around, you know, you skirt around. They try to do something, you charging below at them, you knock them down. Most people will flip up immediately out of that. So then you run a bit more, and then you charging below them again because it's literally a 5-second cooldown. So you knock them down again, and then that's when you start, you know, doing some damage. You start, you know, you knock them down, you death rattle, you knock them down, you chain destruction fist, like you knock them down. But that knockdown is a good time to do like true rising fist because you can knock them down, like uppercut them, and then when you uppercut them, it'll be it'll toss them up in the air, and then they'll come back down, and you stomp on them, so you'll get that damage, and it's like it's really good. So it's just like charging blow is really the your main like breadwinner for Scrapper in PvE. It's like it's so strong. It's just so strong. For 5-second cooldown, knockdown, you can and because like so for instance you don't use ready attack, you use the excellent mobility in PvP most of the time. Like don't be afraid to use charging blow to weave in and out, right? Like that's honestly like over dodging, like just charging blow in and like just try to do stuff with it. Yeah, great. Of course I want the guide to tell me that I can like use my Song of Escape after I've already used my Song of Escape to get out. But so yeah, but like so like last night though, when I was facing, you know, when you're facing the pre-mades, there was a lot of times I would like the biggest one that really stood out for me was it was to be honest, we shouldn't have really lost. I got a little overly aggressive, and then my teammates also got a little overly aggressive because we lost by like 1 kill on it, and but it was we were facing a Deathblade, a Shadow Hunter, and then a Gunslinger, and they were all like on the same team. And basically, what got really annoying really quickly for me personally was basically I could shut down 1 to 2 of them like at once by myself, and that was what was letting us kind of like and by shut down I don't mean like I could kill them. I mean I was just like keeping them from doing anything. Like I just, you know, CC them because charging blow knocks them down. You take Tiger Rush, that knocks them down. You can bait them into chain destruction fist, which will stagger them for a bit while you're doing it. I like taking the double stacks of roundup sweep with the fist because that gives you a lot of flinch. Like it's not a hard like CC, but it gets annoying when they're trying to like open up and you just come in with the rising, you know, with the roundup sweep, and you like it's completely nullify anything they're trying to do. You like just freeze them in place. So there's a lot of disruption in your kit as a scrapper, and but basically I was abusing the gunslinger because I've gotten a little better at fighting gunslingers and deadeyes. Like if I run into really good ones that know what they're doing, I still kind of struggle, but for like the average ones, I can kind of like I've kind of learned how to bait things out and like what moves to go in and out on and what to check with. So their gunslinger, I was doing a pretty good job of keeping her like locked down in a corner so she couldn't go abuse my teammates. But anytime I tried to do any actual damage, like I would knock her down and then try to death rattle, and then just being in the death rattle, you would see either the Shadow Hunter or the Deathblade just come flying in from across the the map to stun me, like instantly, like because you know, and you could tell that they were in comms and they're like, hey, you know, this scrapper's kind of like keeping me locked down in this corner. I need some help, and that's one of the main reasons I want to get into, you know, I'm trying to get to tier 1 so then I can do all my stuff in ranked, because I'm not expecting ranked to be like, you know, this utopia of PvP, but it's an even playing field because everybody is everybody has solo queue, right? Like ranked in Lost Ark is solo queue. So while in unranked, you know, especially if you're kind of like you were doing it late at night like I was, you're gonna run into like a lot of pre-mades and all that kind of stuff because it's gonna try to just like fill the queues in so you're not waiting too long. It can get a little frustrating, like so. And I feel for the people that like doing like team stuff. Like I do think that maybe they should introduce like an event where like on the weekends or something where people can queue as like 3-mans and give them like some sort of little like tournament on the weekends they can do. I think would be pretty cool. Like maybe do it like twice a month or something. Or to be honest, it should be like every weekend. Just be like, hey, every weekend there's a little tournament thing going on. Make it real loose, right? Just be like, hey, whatever you know, you do, you basically play and then, you know, you just keep playing teams. There's a little, it has like a temporary MMR that only lasts for like the weekend, that kind of deal. And then you just, you know, I don't know, they could, like, there's some stuff they can do. I think League of Legends does it, where they have like mini tournaments for players, to play, like, you know, maybe you're not super good or anything, but you still want to try out like tournament formats and stuff like that. So, come on, Stella. Stella, come on. Stella, come on. Got the unlucky like combination of moves. Oops. I walked out of the circle too fast. But yeah, so I think that should be something they look into. I don't know how popular it would be on like the Korean versions, but I feel like on the Western client it'll probably be very, very popular for them to introduce that sort of system. Like that's just a personal, at least that's like a gut feeling I have for it. Mostly because like it's a very, from what I understand, it's a very popular thing in like League of Legends. Is there like little mini tournaments they do for people on the side. So it would be pretty interesting. Actually, let me go buy. There's a chest of there's a one-time purchase of tier 2 gems that you can buy here. Yeah, level 3. I'm gonna send those over to put those in the roster bank for my Deadeye, because he's pretty he's kind of the one who he's probably the next one I'll get to like tier 3 eventually, but I don't plan on pushing another person to tier 3 anytime soon. After doing the Berserker, I've come to realize it takes a lot of materials to really get from 1000 to 1100, and not just like raw materials, but also like shards, because again, my Berserker had 200,000 life shards saved up, and that still wasn't enough. I had to, luckily I hadn't done my Fate and Hard Mode dungeons yet, so I did those, and those gave me those plus the 10 small life shard pouches that you can buy from Mari's shop for like 20 blue crystal, something like that. Like between those three sources, I was able to get enough life shards to push me over without having too many left over. So it's just like, it takes a lot of resources. So I'm nowhere near ready to push the Deadeye up, because the Deadeye literally has only been like 1,000 for probably like 3 days, something like that, 2-3 days. The events will help with the shard pouches, because the events give a lot of shard pouches, and I'm just gonna funnel all of those like tier 2 mats into the Deadeye. But even then, it's still gonna be a while before I decide to push the anything else into tier 3. I kind of want to let the Berserker kind of like find his footing in tier 3 first, because It cost me a lot of silver, and I mean a lot of silver, to do all that upgrading. I was at like 2,200,000 yesterday, and then between like honing the berserker and honing the scrapper with the surplus and stuff like that, it was like I went through like 1,000,000 gold yesterday, or 1,000,000 silver yesterday, trying to get stuff set up. So it's pretty pricey. So basically, I kind of want to give my silver bank some time to at least some leniency, because I don't plan on stopping pushing the scrapper. Right, as soon as I have enough materials, I'm gonna obviously like put him, like, try to throw some hones at her, because I'm still trying to get. I'd like to get to 1370 before South Vern comes out. Which if the login event's any indication, it'll probably be the 14th of April. So to reach my goal, I have this week, and then I have next week to hopefully get to 1370. I don't know how feasible that is, because it took me about a week so far. After getting to 1350, it's taken me about a week to get through stuff. Like, it took me a week to get to 1355 from 1350. And if I keep that track record, then I'll be 13. I could get 1360 here, and then 1365 here, and then I won't be 1370 by the time South Vern comes out, if it comes out on the 14th. But we'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll get lucky. I plan on using my books more liberally. After on my armor, I plan on using the books pretty liberally from now till 1370. Especially on the gloves and the shoulders, because those are like the biggest DPS gains. And then my weapon, I still kind of want to hold the books off from 13 to 15, because that'll still be. I feel like I'll probably end up using all of them by doing that anyway. So, yeah. So my goal is hopefully with the shop stuff, I can get 1370 here. This is also why, like, you know, I had this, like, I did this little stockpile of gold, because I have like 40, I had like almost 50,000 before I started doing the push past 1340. But between just buying like engraving books and other stuff, on top of like doing hones and like making the fusion materials, a lot of like I've spent like 4+ grand. And since at the moment my only source of like actual real gold income, because our gate of paradise is gimped with gold, like you only get 100 per phase, and I only do the first like 100 per, like, gate of paradise abyss dungeon. So unless you're doing it with a relatively decent sized pre-made, I don't think it's really worth doing anything past Sea of Indolence on Gate of Paradise for gold on like higher gear score or higher eye level characters that are in like tier 3, because there's just too many mechanics that somebody else can fuck up that'll complicate the run and extend it, that you're just better off doing something else. So I do Sea of Indolence on all the characters that can do it, because it's pretty easy. For the most part, like, while Sea of Indolence's boss is a pain in the ass to deal with, it's still not, like, you can still, as long as everybody survives long enough to break the legs, generally you'll have enough DPS to kill the boss after, even if you start losing people. Not to mention, as time has gone on, more and more people have been are being more helpful, right? Like, there's less people ignoring people that are like frozen with the purple bar and stuff. So, and some classes obviously have an easier time, because that bar is dealt on. It's not based off of damage. It's based off on like number of hits, right? So some classes have an easier time. So like when I was doing my Deadeye, I had so many abilities that I could just toss out even from range to like break people out. So it was very easy for me as a Deadeye to to kind of help people and keep people going. Because a lot of times, what kills people in Sea of Indolence isn't like the boss, isn't like just boss damage from like the boss, right? It's a lot of times what kills people in Sea of Indolence is they get frozen and then nobody breaks them out and then they eat the annihilation. So a lot of times the survival rate for your party, well, for your group goes up very high when you have at least, you know, 1 or 2 people who are willing to, instead of throwing all of their abilities at the boss, throw some abilities at other players to break them out. So, and I've seen a lot more people willing to do that in recent times. So it's pretty, it's made, it has made Sea of Indolence a bit less painful to go through, in my opinion. So I usually just do that, but that's only 100 gold, right? So combine that with what we get, I think 600, something like that, from Oreha. If you don't if you don't buy the box, but I always buy the box from Oreha because mats, need the mats, baby. Oh, I have the wrong stone on. Can't wait for that integrated preset quality of life to come in. Nice. Oh. Somebody threw a flare as like our what was that, our gun lancer found it. Alright. Let's roll. Shouldn't take me too long to get down there though. Luckily it was like here, because if it was like over here, it'd take me forever to get there. But here you take a zip line, you just zip, and you're good to go. La la la. Shit. I thought I could get that off in time. Like, I knew I was gonna eat that, I knew I was gonna eat the tail slap. I just thought I could get the death rattle off before it came out. Oh, very nice. Usually, yeah, like I said, usually he jumps forward from that. Oh. Over here. Looking good, looking good. Nice, nice, nice. We love seeing a gun lancer that uses their stuff to interrupt things rather than just keep it up, spam it on cooldown. Or maybe he's gotten lucky, but I feel like he's been saving it for the jumps, because the more he keeps it still, the more damage we can deal. Damn it, that's unfortunate, but get more stagger going. Ooh, that one was good. That one was good. Dodge back in. Bob and weave, bob and weave. wait, because he does a little breath thing, and yeah, see, like, I kind of debated shooting out my, like, devil dragons. Oh, I shot that supernova too quick. Yeah, here, I'm gonna eat the damage from that, but 6.6, I'll take it. Usually this is the move I do it on, when he's breathing in there, because I know he's really not gonna move. Nice. Smooth and easy. You love to see it. Yeah, Grexion, like that was really good. Yeah, I think the Gunlance was doing a really good job of just keeping him like in one spot, so that we didn't have to keep chasing him, because that really causes a lot of damage losses when he charges and jumps around. So that was really, really well done. Really well done. That was smooth. To be honest, if you showed me a video of that and told me that that was like a group of friends, I would have believed it. That was so easy. That was so well, like that was very smooth. Like I'll keep saying it. That was very smooth. Put these in there. These actually are these going for anything? Probably not, right? Yeah, 30 gold isn't enough to constitute me selling this. I mean it's 900 gold, but like the amount of hones that'll let me attempt is like no. That's not worth it. If it was like 100 gold still, or like 90 gold, I would consider it, but at 30 gold, that's too cheap. Because the point is that you have so much weekly material for you have so much weekly material that you get from the events right now that that it's just like people, you know, people aren't really gonna buy. Oh, I dodged that. What are you doing to Grexion? What are you doing besides being a butt munch? Oh, yeah. Bye. Still have the defense down. I still caught him with the a little bit. Damn. Oop. Forgot about the follow-up for that one. It's been a while since I've seen him do that move, so I'd forgotten. Alright. I don't want to hit you in the butt anyway. Good, looking good. Oop. Oh my, oh no, I saved it like last second. Very nice. Brave Berserker. He fears nothing. Ugh. That's kind of BS. No! Okay, I was about to be like a Grexion. Fuck off. Like 2 seconds. Oh, every time he dodges out of death rattle, it hurts. I die a little bit inside every time that happens. because he has these, like, they're not like big hops, right? Like they're small hops that he does, but they're far enough that for a shock training scrapper, like you lose a. All right, I'm pretty sure I was out of that. Like all your damage is just gone because you have such short range as a shock training. Oh, I think 2 of us threw pheromone bombs. You welcome back. Oh shit, that was the move I was talking about that I usually get tripped up a lot on. Get me out of there. Yeah, I stepped a little too far into Dragon time! Coordinate the aggression! Rondo! Nice. Not as I'd say on execution, not as smooth as the last one, but I mean, one party is all DPS while the other party has both a paladin and a gun lancer, and the gun lancer is very good at using his taunt, you know, so. But still really very smooth run overall. Agrexion is definitely like, Agrexion's probably like one of the biggest arguments for the difference in difficulty. I mean, again, it's hard to judge whether if Agrexion at a lower, like if you know, a lot of people are like, well, Agrexion's like 10 times easier than Veritas. I mean, they're not wrong, but to be fair, the sheer amount of stats that you have at tier 3 than you have at tier 1 is completely different. And then you have 3 tiers, you know, you've experienced tier 1 and tier 2 like already. So by the time you hit Agrexion, so you're a bit more not like experienced, so it's hard to really say whether or not like the tier 3 bosses are that much easier than like the previous tier ones, or if you know, or if the experience you finally is finally like just lets you get shit rolling, right? So there's a bit of a caveat there. All right. Yep. And Necrosena is there, so hopefully Necrosena does not leave. So we can at least start it pretty easily. On my way. Really, Neck? Really? You can wait 2 seconds for me to get the stupid thing off? Oh my god. This is what we're doing today, huh? This is what we're doing today, huh? Damn it. I got shocked, so I couldn't fucking go. Like, okay, really? Like, Neck? Is this all we're doing today, Neck? Is we're just spamming your stupid electrocute so we can't actually chop your tail off? Is that what this is? There we go. Beautiful. I think sharpshooters have a lot of weak point, but I'm not sure because I don't play sharpshooter. Casual in my ass. Not casual when Necrosena tases me, bro. Not casual at all. Nak is tryharding when she's like tasing. Really? Oh, that's annoying. That's another thing, like, I don't think they should have let the so like whatchamacallit? I don't think for the event they should have let the Guardians like run away. Like, they should have just got rid of that part of like. But I mean, I don't know if they could have turned it off. Okay, that was weird. Don't mind. I need to go. I need to go collect shit in my farm for to do the flare boxes. We're coming for you, Scorpion. Scorpion. Is that? Oh, that's a bard. I saw them because they had the same animation, so I thought it might have been double Zorks. 161 million. You love to see it. You love to see it. That's why I save this event for after Guardian raids, because I've seen a lot of people like meme on the Reddit where they're like, me doing the Guardian, like the Guardian raid event, like big smiley face. Me going to do normal Guardian raid, like frowny face, because you lose all that damage buff. So that's why you got to do the opposite. You do, if you're gonna do the regular Guardian raid, you do that first, and then you come to happy big number fun time with the with the event Guardian raid. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty smooth overall. All right, now we're gonna go do our. Oh, running into something there. Oh, that's the statue, the Guardian event statue. I need to get. I need to get a better. I want an adrenaline cursed doll stone. Like, I'd like that for this character, so I can at least get it going. Because from what I understand, cursed doll is actually, you don't want to use it at level 1, but like, it's not as bad to use from level 1 as, say, like Grudge level 1, because it's not you're not getting increased damage received from cursed doll. But like for this character, for my scrapper, I really want to get like, I want to get shock training or taijutsu level 3, because I still haven't decided which one I'm gonna like main. Is that? No, that's the yeah, that's the lawmaker one. He just has it painted gold. But yeah, I want to get like cursed doll level 3. Spirit absorption. Interesting. I didn't know gun lancers ran a spirit absorption. Maybe it might be more of like a comfy build that he does. But we're also just gonna sit here and wait because Naruni racing is soon. But whatchamacallit? Is this the platinum set for Soul Fifth? Yes, yes it is. But like, I want to get like shock training or taijutsu level 3, because I still haven't decided which one yet. And then I want to get adrenaline level 1 or 2 with cursed doll level 3. Well, adrenaline level 2 preferably. And that's mostly because the only thing I don't like about shock or scrapper is we're kind of like pigeonholed a bit in like what engravings we can run, because really, you, aside from Grudge and Cursed Doll, which is, that's what everybody kind of aims for, The 1370, so I can't even step on there. The other engravings you run are like Ambush Master, and I'm like, I don't really don't want to get Ambush Master. Like, I think I'm gonna go probably the comfier build, then probably go like level 3 Adrenaline, level 3 Cursed Doll with like level 3 shock training or taijutsu, and then level 3, and then level 1 or 2 of Spirit Absorption just to kind of like speed me up a little bit. But I'm still not too sure about that, because like the optimal one runs you know, you got level 3 shock training, level 3 grudge cursed doll, and then level 3 keen blunt weapon with master of ambush, and then like level 2 adrenaline is kind of like the that's kind of like the optimal biggest numbers build that people run for scrapper is that. But I don't think I need to run that until later. Like, I think I might wait till like relic to get to run that sort of build. Or I might just go back to taijutsu, because I do enjoy taijutsu. It's just a bit of it's just I like the big numbers from shock. But taijutsu can also pull some pretty big numbers. It's just that like a lot of the taijutsu numbers come in like bursts, right? So it's like, so you know, you don't see the big like 3.5 mil, but you see like, you know, multiple 800,000 hits or something like that. So as long as you kind of adjust your brain on how you perceive the information that you receive, taijutsu pulls some really good numbers. And it brings a lot of utility with like weak points, and it has a lot of stagger and just a lot of mobility that you can dodge around with that you just don't get as a shock training. It's a very mobile playstyle. I might go back to it. Part of the reason I'm not playing it right now is simply because if you can see in the title, I'm patiently, in air quotes, waiting for Destroyer. And Destroyer is a very like, it's slower. It is a slower pace of movement, so. So I'm trying to get used to that sort of pace of it, and then I think when like I finally get my hands on Destroyer and get comfortable with it, then maybe I'll swap to taijutsu, swap back to taijutsu, because like, for instance, I don't like overlapping playstyles personally. Like, I'm not someone who, I don't like playing the same exact kind of tempo on every single class I play, right? So and like Berserker is a pretty slow, methodical playstyle. So it's just that I don't play him that much because I kind of get frustrated with him. But right now he's in super frustration land because since he just got to tier 3, he lost like a good chunk of the effectiveness on his accessory. So he has like next to no specialization right now. So like he's like uber slow on generating enough fury to get into berserk mode with Berserker's technique. So that one's kind of just is what it is. I don't know if I don't know if like, I don't know if I'll still be able to play the Berserker like as much as I do now when I get Destroyer, just because if I'm gonna have to play 2 playstyles where I have to be slow and methodical about when I push buttons, well, slow-ish and methodical-ish when I push buttons, I definitely want to invest that more into the Destroyer. So I think what it'll probably be is Destroyer will be my, hopefully I'll enjoy Destroyer enough to overlook the the shortcomings of it, because it has shortcomings, at least in its current state. We don't know what it'll be like once the April balance patch goes through Korea, but it has some pretty big shortcomings. But it brings a lot of weak point, a lot of stagger, which is fine by me. So and aesthetically, it's probably my favorite class, or so I'm looking forward to playing it. So I'll probably like have that as my main, have my scrapper be like my high up alt that I play, and then from there probably have Deadeye be the next one after, and then maybe like Striker and Berserker will probably be tied for kind of like towards the bottom of stuff I like to play. So, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Earth Eater now. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm looking at the destroyer builds on loawa.com. It's like the Korean like ranking thing, and we have a little bit of a minute. But if you play destroyer and you use like loawa, you can go to like you go to rankings, and then you select destroyer, and then like it tells you in order. I don't know how it decides the ranks. It just tells you like from number 1 down, and then you come here and you hit skills, and it'll tell you like what they're using and then what tripod number they're using. And they hadn't been using Earth Eater on single target. Like they had been using 5 blue 3 purple abilities, but it seems that someone must have found something, because now a lot of them are starting to use Earth Eaters, which I mean is fucking fine by me, because I love Earth Eater's like probably my favorite ability that Destroyer has. So any build that lets me use it, I'm all for it. So I'm not quite sure what led the change, but basically anything that justifies me using my favorite ability is, I don't give a shit what justifies it, as long as it lets me do it. I do not care. But that's pretty cool to see. Because the point is that usually for Hammer of Wrath, which is the only real engraving you can use for PvE, because the gravity training is a bit too gimped. I should really stop using the term. It's a bit, it got its feathers plucked a bit too much, because it used to be like very, very overpowered. But Hammer of Wrath, like if you're looking for DPS, is definitely really high on DPS. It's probably it is the higher of the 2 class engravings for DPS at the moment for Destroyer. You were using 5 blue and 3 purple abilities, because basically since you didn't really care about your identity gauge and you just cared about getting 3 gravity cores to hit you know, full powered, like full swings, perfect swings, and seismic hammers. They would take 5 blues to kind of like be able to fund that. And then usually for gravity training was where you took half and half. So you would take like 4 blues and 4 purples, because in gravity training, aside from like I think perfect swing and seismic hammer, you didn't really mind using full swing and Earth Eater with only 2 gravity cores, because with gravity training, what you're trying to do is get in your identity as quickly as possible. So so they usually ran like a half and half, 4 and 4. But as we saw, it looks like recently they shifted to bringing Earth Eater, and 111 basically means that's a single target. Those are the single target tripods. So I am a little curious into what like prompted the change, because like I'm assuming maybe tripod levels or something, or because the point is you have an ability called Lucky Core in in your blue ability and some of your blue abilities, you have a tripod you can put. It's called Lucky Core in the current rough translation. What that does is it gives your blue abilities a chance to proc double cores, but it's very RNG, and that's like your main priority for tripod levels from your armor is to get like as high as you can get, because at like level 5, one of them, I don't remember which one of them has like a 95% chance to proc double lucky cores. So I don't know if maybe they got high enough tripod armor levels to get maybe to get rid of that fifth that fifth blue skill. That's basically my main assumption is, you know, maybe they maybe that's what let them do it, but those are all just assumptions. I'm not too worried about the ins and outs and the complications for oh shit. Yeah. Oh, come on. Hallelujah Ghost. Fuck off. Oh, I saw that at the last second. I hate this fucking spot. And you can tell that they added it like a kind of like an equalizer kind of thing. Oh, he was just out of range. He was like at the very, very tip of the rocket. We need to pass one of these in front of us. Ooh, scared me a little bit. I didn't think I could. Damn it! I tried to like swing back. The speed boost in this area is a bit of a trap sometimes because you think it'll speed you up, but like it'll speed you past the mechanic, but it won't. Go. Damn it! I still got caught at the end. Oh. Annoying. That's too much at a back angle for that. I should have been a bit more aimed a bit more towards the front, like that. What? All right. Try to convince me that the server didn't fuck me over with that one, because I was well out of that seagull circle, and then the server literally like pulled me, rubber banded me back into it. Like, there's no way that you can say I didn't, like, I fucked that up. That's alright. See, that's what makes like the Grand Prix like really frustrating. When you're well, that's what makes anything on MMOs frustrating. When you're clearly outside of the stupid like AOE thing, and then the game's like, no, come back here. You know, that's so fucking annoying. I don't mind losing to like, I don't mind getting like fucked over because, you know, a player like shoots a good rocket, a player does a good bombing or whatever, but when you're like out of an AoE and then like the server like hiccups and like pulls you back into that AoE, like fuck off. Like seriously, fuck off. That's what makes people like not want to do it. I've been so close to just not do that event because I don't know how many times that's been happening to me recently. I don't know why. It's been worse and worse as like the weeks go on, where I'll get rubber banded back into things for the Naruni racing. And it's like, you know, it makes an otherwise enjoyable experience like leave a sour taste in my mouth. Because I think we might have won that. We might have been able to win that if I hadn't gotten rubber banded into that stupid seagull. So it's just frustrating. Especially because we had a really strong start, but then with like Cal Elagos, I think it's like they have it. I don't know if it delayed because usually the There weren't enough people in front of me for like everybody to have eaten the shield recharge. I think the Cal Elegos section is designed in a way that the front runners can't get shield recharges, and then the back runners can. So it like tries to. It's like it's one of the obstacles are designed in a way to kind of try to not let any people who get like a really good head start like win. Like for instance, if those if there weren't obstacles, we probably would have won that, because at the very beginning we had their whole team behind us. Like, because we had a lot of good CCs rolling, and then I don't know if you saw at the beginning, I got that like 4-player snipe off, and like that set the tone for the entrance. But then when we hit Cal Elegos, we all got like just tased to fucking death, like just tased to death, and it was pretty frustrating because. Like, since our whole team was in the front, you know, we didn't get any shield recharge. Well, we didn't get any of the shield charges, while their whole team got shield charges, and so they were able to like catch up and overtake us, and a little annoying. Like, I feel like if you're gonna put shield, like the shield charge should just be there from the get-go. I don't know, maybe it was a hiccup on the server, because usually when I get there, the shield charge is already, the consumables are already like available. Like, this is the first time I've been there where the recharges aren't. But seeing how badly it rubber banded me there towards the end, I wouldn't be surprised if the server's like, yo, y'all are going a little too fucking fast, and didn't have time to you know, it hadn't like prompted itself to put shield recharge tokens down. Oh well. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. You get so many coins doing, especially if you have like 4 alts or more, like, because I have 4 alts right now that do like chaos dungeon and stuff. You just generate so much coins that you're just, it's like, I don't know what the, like, I imagine nothing's gonna happen with the extra coins, right? Like, I think they're just going to disappear when the time runs out. I know there's some people going like, you know, maybe give us silver for the coins. That'd be pretty nice, but I'd also feel well, I mean, you won't make everybody happy. As someone who has alts, like, I would very much like, for my excess coins to be turned into silver, because I could use it, or at least give me like an infinite silver dump I could do. But then you have the people who, you know, they don't have a lot of alts, and maybe they just barely get enough coins to get as much stuff as they need from the shop before reset. And then those good people are going to go, what about us? Partly, in my opinion, I think you should probably, while you should cater to the casual side of things, you should probably cater to the casual side that's at least willing to make multiple characters in your game over the one that makes like one character and then wants like as much stuff as people who make alts. Like, it still surprises me that there's people that want to be able to have as much materials and resources available to them as a player who has like 4, 5, 6 alts, or 4, 5, 6 characters running. Like, in what circumstance would that even be remotely fair? Right, like, that's, at that point, what'll happen is the people who make multiple characters will just quit your game because they don't feel rewarded for making, you know, for playing your game. And then eventually the people who make like only 1 or 2 characters, they'll quit your game anyway, because if they don't want to make multiple characters, and I don't mean for the people who are waiting for new classes, because there are people that are they're waiting for newer classes to come out. So, and they're just not interested in what's available right now. So, you know, they're not, you know, they might make like 1 or 2 characters just to like build resources and build up their account while they're waiting, but they don't want to like they just don't have any interest. Like, those people are fine, but there's people that legitimately only want to make like 1 or 2 characters and then keep up with people that make like, you know, that we have like multiple characters, and it's like, that's not gonna happen. Like, if you want to do that, like, you need to make multiple characters. Like, that's, you know, that's just how it is. The game rewards how much, like, the amount of effort you put into this game is how much the game is going to give back to you. So if you don't want to juggle 6 classes, then you're not going to get 6 times the materials. As simple as that. But It's alright. I do know that probably right now, there's probably less complaints about that and more complaints about people being like, we need a roadmap, blah, blah. Oh shit. Is that good though? Oh god. This is the worst feeling in the world. This is like the #1 worst feeling in this fucking game is when you get a legendary book and then it's absolute garbage. Like one thing, like this is why I'll say it. I said it once. I'll say it 1,000 times. Make engraving books disenchantable. Make it so that you can disenchant them and they give them the powdered stone ability or the ability stone. The ability stone system where for dismantling, like just give them that. Make it like 60 pages, make it 100 pages. I don't care how many pages it's got to be, but the feeling of getting something like divine protection or contender legendary engraving books, which go for nothing because nobody's ever going to run legendary versions of those, right? Like contender is an engraving that's only really good for people that want to min-max chaos dungeons. There's nothing, there's no content in the game that ever or maybe chaos or cubes, maybe, because like aside from cubes and chaos dungeons, you're never going to use contender. If you don't know what contender is, it gives you a buff whenever you kill a normal enemy, so you can't, like, you know, you can't even use it on like boss rush or anything like that. Like, you know, if there's no normal enemies, then it doesn't give you anything. It's really only good for chaos dungeons and like stuff like Chaos Dungeon, stuff like Anguished Isle for speedrunning the mobs, stuff like that. Like, basically, you're never going to run a legendary engraving of Contender. Like, you might have it, because maybe you get unlucky and you get, you know, 20 green books, 20 blue books, 20 purple books, and then 20 legendary engraving books of Contender. So, and it doesn't sell for jack shit, so you just use it anyway. But you're never really going to be in a situation where it's like, ah, yes, legendary contender, legendary status. It's definitely used. Now, granted, this is all in the current state, because the other point is that currently the only real money, I mean, it's a bit frustrating now, because the only real money that you can make in the game right now, and probably for a while, like the main sources, I turned my character around. I think it thought I was trying to aim at this tree, so it like turned it around. That's so annoying. I need to see if there's a forum post about that, because I have that problem a lot where if I aim too close to my own character for like Death Rattle or Supernova, it'll turn my character around. Like, I'll have it here, and then the game will think that I'm aiming like over here when I'm not. But I digress. Woo, woo, double gold room. I'll take it. I need the gold anyway. I need the gold and silver. Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme, 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 gimme. Don't you run away from me, you bitch. There we go. We got the bleed on it. I needed this. I needed this. Thank you. Nice. But yeah, like divine protection's another one. You're just never gonna use it, even though it's literally like pulled from. That's probably one of the, aside from Guardian Rays, that's the next most obvious thing that you can tell they got inspiration from Monster Hunter. Because out of all the games I've ever played, Monster Hunter is the only game that had a skill called Divine Protection. That was an RNG proc that was a skill that you get on an armor that has a chance to proc reduced damage from an attack, and the fact that like they didn't even try to name it something else. They just called it Divine Protection and basically gave it the same effect. Makes it a little too obvious, you know, about how much they pulled from Monster Hunter. Just a little bit. But yeah. So now basically my hope is, I don't know, maybe they rework Divine Protection or something. I don't know, maybe make it give you a buff or some shit. Make it like a good support engraving. I don't know, basically it's gonna go sit next to Legendary Contender, and probably not get used ever. Yeah, I think that's, for me, that's probably worse than getting like shitty ability stones, because you get so many like ability stones, right? But you only get so many legendary books. Like I have personally only gotten 2 legendary engraving books, and both of them have been really shit. One was contender, and now I've gotten divine protection, so I'm not too particularly happy with my RNG for legendary engraving books right now. Granted, my luck with engraving books, honestly, for the past couple like week or two, like haven't really been good like at all. Like like even my purple and blue engraving books have been pretty bad for engraving luck. Okay, keep this. Are any of these any good? No, 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 no. None of those are any good. I wanted to keep that. What's this? Specialization, endurance. Definitely not. Crit, crit. But neither of those are any good for me. And I don't care about this. I don't care about the rest of this. What do we got in here? Oh, I really want that to transfer. It won't. I already know it's not going to, but I really want that to transfer. That is the most important tripod skill that you want leveled up, because that is what makes your death rattle hit like a damn semi truck. Is that tripod? All right, so which one has one? I was almost tempted to use the support, but I won't. I know it's not going to transfer. Yeah. I can only imagine how bad it's going to feel later when the highest chance you have is like a 10% chance with a increase. I'll use it after this one fails. God, annoying. I mean, we'll get more because I'm gonna do basically anything the Berserker has that's unbound will be sent over to this character. The weapon just hurts. When the weapon fails, it just hurts. Because it's so expensive. That's 120 per click. Alright, cool. Now I need to go to my stronghold to grab the Kaldar fusion materials and then make some more fusion materials. I have a pretty good route for tier 3. It's a pretty empty for the most part, at least when I do it. And there's not a lot of monsters you have to deal with, so I have a lot of like level 3 Kaldar fusion materials rolling. For level 2, I tried finding a good route for level 2 for hunting, and I just couldn't. Like there's always like too many like monsters and shit, and it was always kind of like really annoying to deal with. So I think for level 2 you're just better off just fishing. Personally, that's at least that's my opinion on it. But you know, if you have a good fishing route, then like definitely all for it. Use it, or not a good hunting route for tier 2. Like be sure to use it. Max energy, character points, facility points. These are all like 2 hours, so, and they'll give me a lot of stronghold XP. What is this? This one's 10 hours. We'll do that one like later. This one's 7 hours. Well, we should be able to get through most of these today. Oh, So we're back on the research grind. So we have these. That's all. Thank you. Yeah, see, I have like, I can make like 7. I do 2 at a time because they're expensive. 200 gold per. But, you know, we're going to be using these for a while. It'll be a bit before we get the next one. I'm saying 1370 lets you unlock the next, like the next fusion material we have to craft. Because I'm saying it changes from 1370 for like the legendary gear. I'm saying it changes, so there's not much that we can do there. But you... But you... And we're good to go. And I think that's everything? Yeah, I think we did everything. Yeah, because if I'm mistaken, I think I can't put anything in the training camp. Yeah, everything is level 52. Working on getting to level 54. Slow going, but it's going nonetheless. I need to do, I don't know if I'll do it today. If I do it today, I'll probably do it off stream. If I don't do it today, then I'll probably do it on stream tomorrow. But I need to go and bulldoze my way through at least a good chunk of the tier 2 tower. I did a couple floors of that, and then I was like, fuck this tower. Like the tier 2 tower, I hate it. I detest it. It's such a pain. There's so many survive floors in there, and I'm just like, why? Just why? Like, who thought this was a good idea? But not much we can do about it. All right, can we get? I think. Yeah, we should be able to at least get this to 13. Oh shit! That I 2-tapped that. Holy shit! What the hell? Yeah, this one's a bit more on point. Woo, baby! All right. 13 to 14. That's when we're gonna start using the second ones. Cause these hurt. Alright, that's 114. These books are nice though. This is why I was holding on to these books. 13 to 15 is definitely gonna be the most painful part of the journey. Yeah, like I had 60 Kaldar fusion materials and I'm almost out of it. Am I really gonna like? Come on now, you can succeed. There we go. I was about to say like, you got this, man. I think I'm gonna stop there though. That cost a lot of gold. Look at that. I was at like almost 47,000 gold, I think, before I started this. And then with making more Kaldar fusion material and the taps, it dropped me down pretty far. Yeah. But we're gonna go finish up the dailies for this character. And then I'm probably gonna sweep through and do like my my reports real quick, just to get those out of the way. And then I'll shake it up and hop over on the striker next because Tuki's in like 24 minutes and I still need to do Tuki. We're gonna be doing Tuki for I think another couple days. Once I get it down to like 4 days or so, that's when I'll be just start insta completing it instead of actually physically doing it. To be honest, I probably could just start now, because I just bought another batch, and I think I use mine a bit too frugally. I'm a bit too frugal with my instant completion ones. I think the extra daily ones are probably worth holding on to for like, you know, when you're just like, oh shit, I need that like one extra like leap stone or something. Those are probably definitely worth holding on to, but for the like instant completion the tickets, I think those are probably pretty worth completing when you have them. Oh, right, because we're inside the tavern. I'm still curious what the scrapper armor looks like. I've seen the war dancer armor for the chosen and preordained, like the legendary version of it, but I haven't seen any scrapper running with it without a skin on, which is a little unfortunate. Oh, we have report. Emma, we did the report quest. I think I have 2 report quests. I think I have a report quest for Black Fang, and then I think I have a report quest for someone else. I think Sasha, maybe? No, I think it was King Thyrian, but I think I did it. Pretty sure I completed it. Persistent old man. Yeah, I'm getting pretty close to being done with King Thyrian. I think I have him friendly now.
How are you? I am Sebastian, the steward of House.
Oh, the water poster bears it. Yep. Nope, she's gonna cut your head off, buddy. Nope. One servant said, "Excuse you? I am not a servant, alright, buddy? I'm her friend. And future significant other. That's rude." House Hazens. So did like Blackfang run away from home to become a pirate? Because they probably were just like, you need to do like this. Like probably marry this ugly person, and she's like, you know, fuck it, I'm gonna go be a pirate.
Is he gone yet? For his sake, I hope he is.
Some prim society wench. Chopping his head off would have been overkill. His brain inside it was clearly already scrambled. Confused man, not the one he's looking for. Go away. He is a head without a body. To be fair, I mean, historically, there have been plenty of, like, rich kids that turned into pirates. Pretty, I'm thinking pretty successful ones, too.
For me to not recognize her. But
You got to live to see another day, old man. Man, this dress really does give you heckin' boobas, doesn't it? I always forget.
could I just see from afar?
I always forget how gratuitous the booba is in this dress.
I understand. You're right, of course. It was a bit rash of me to come here like this.
Yeah, we had a couple drops there though, which I don't know why, because I think it happened yesterday too, where every once in a while there was some stuttering here and there, but like I don't lag at all, so I think I might have to update OBS. I think there was an update for it. Putting this island on lockdown. Everyone besides myself, my crew. Oh, look, we got special access, people. Catch some soda. Something tells me she is who he's looking for. But she just doesn't want to admit it. But we special. She gives us the access. She basically gave us like the spare key. She's like, here's a spare key. You're allowed in the house. Anybody else, they get shot. But you're good. I wonder if they'll, like, I don't think they will, but I wonder if maybe they'll ever add like an adventure tome for like the sea stuff, because if you look, so like the adventure tomes have rapports, right? But if you look, there's the sailing voyage. Like there are, you know, they are categorized. But granted, there's also like 3 pages of them. So, wait, how do I have? I've never even met you, old man. No, I think I met you that one time. Yeah, there's a little too many to do like an adventure tome for, but it would be interesting and maybe for like future ones, they chop it up and make adventure tomes. Uh, claim here. Future millionaire Zendri falls in love rather recklessly. Man, from the way he falls in love, if it like it could be a tree that shakes a little too hard, and he'd be like, "Oh, love of my life," and it's like, bruh, can you calm down? Like, have you tried becoming the millionaire first? Like, you know, let's focus on one thing at a time. I got all those. Beatrice, we're at amicable level 3, so we're almost at friendly to get the giant's heart. Once we get her giant's heart, we'll like we'll swap to someone else. Even though I do want her charisma potion, I think I might just leave her there. Or maybe I'll throw like rapport gifts at her to get her to trusted, just to get the charisma potion. Wait here. Alright, looking something up real quick for skill runes. Masterpiece. Marte. No, wealth runes are from Omnium stars. And then what is let's see. I know because like me and a couple of buddies have been getting we've been working on our strongholds to get the merchants, just kind of like for completion. We're kind of just talking about oh, so I need to do I need 2 protection runes now? Probably not, because I don't plan on playing a support anytime soon.
Remember to activate your triport.
But we're just talking because like the some of the merchants have some pretty good runes. Like legendary conviction is from Marte. I don't know which one that one is. But I plan on getting all of them just to have them. I don't think there's a reason not to. It'll kind of spread out like the stuff you can get, because I'm pretty sure the like everybody's probably had it where their stronghold like doesn't have a merchant, right? Like it's just like a blank lot. And I think when you get most of the merchants unlocked, you get they fill up those blank slots. So that way I think eventually you'll always have a merchant in your stronghold. Oh, sorry. Yeah, see, he's friendly level 2. So we just need to get to through friendly, you know, get to, you know, the 12,000 here and then get friendly level, get through friendly level 3, and then when we get to trusted, we'll get his card. And then basically after that, all I'll need is 9 more Soulless cards, and then a Carmine and Delay and Armin cards, and then I'll have all the I'll be done with I'll have a completed usable Lost Wind Cliff set, the crit one. So that'll be pretty nice. Looking forward to that. All right. Okay, so I did have another one. Beatrice is the other one. You get the stretch. And then a Song of Temptation. Yeah, I have her at Amicable level 3. I'm kind of just tempted to just give her gifts. Well, I'll see how many. I do have a lot of the like legendary gifts selected. Well, saved up. See, like this is 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Does she have any higher ones? The relic ones she gets like 10,000 from, or 5,000 from the crown. I have enough because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have enough. I could like brute force her up to
I've heard your footsteps
to
from the other side of the quiet, star-embroidered omnium.
from the other oh sweet. Go to Lutera Castle. But we're gonna swap over real quick to the striker, because I do Tuki on him because he's kind of the one I don't really care for. Basically Tuki Island, and he's probably gonna be on low peg duty for a while. I need to recoup all the silver I'm spending for honing, because I made a good amount of silver from getting those back-to-back gold rooms, and I should be making a decent more silver because since this week is cube week, I'll be doing cubes on all my alts, and cube is another good source of tickets.
What do you want?
Damn, I'm pretty sure I'd suppress that. Telling you, every time, like, I keep suppressing the like the Lost Ark Discord, the community ran one. Like, I see that red one and I'm like, oh shit, new news, and then you click it and it's like PvP announcement. I'm like, I don't give a damn about PvP right now. Like, I get it, it's cool, and I liked watching the Lost Ark archive PvP tournament. Was pretty cool to watch. Some pretty good matches going on over there. The South American bracket was intense. But you know, like there was some good stuff. But right now, when I see a red number 1 on that from that Discord, it better be to tell me the destroyer is coming. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Oh my god. I'm telling you, the fact that it doesn't just give me some bloodstones for... I don't like that system. I don't know if I can change it as a guild leader. Like, I don't know if that's a setting I can change. Or if that's just a default setting. I feel like what it should be is the amount of stuff you put into the guild, like the amount of contribution you give in, you should get something back always. Always you should get something back. because some people have busy lives. You know, sometimes shit comes up and you can't log into the game for a couple days, and then you miss out on Arthitine. Yeah. Yeah. Then you miss out on like a week's of blood shards. Like you should always give them something, like a couple hundred or something like that. Like like I'll look into it. I think that's just like a system default setting. I'll look into it when like later, but if it was up to me, like if it's my choice, then I'm definitely gonna set it to where, like, you know, well, I want to be able to set it. I wish I could set it to just give people something. Like people should always get a minimum of, as long as your contribution isn't 0, you should always get some bloodstones at the end of the week. This whole oh, you didn't make it to 100 so you don't get nothing system is dog shit in my opinion. If they logged in and they donated at least like once or twice a week, like you're still helping out even if it's a little bit at a time. So I don't really see, like, it's way too punishing of a system. I mean, the guild system from what I understand is like just not very good in some aspects anyway. Apparently when like a guild collapses or whatever, or like someone gets kicked out of a guild, it doesn't let them become like if they join a new guild or something. I think it's like you can join a new guild, but you won't be able to become a guild member for like a week or some shit like that. All right, and then like some people have gotten really unlucky and have been in guilds that multiple times have like just dissolved, and then it keeps stacking higher and higher and higher, and it's like, who thought that was a good system? Because that's a horrendous system. Like, in my opinion, it should just be, if you get kicked out of a guild, you get kicked out of the guild, and you know, maybe wait 24 hours for you to have to join a new one. I don't think it should be that big of a deal. Yeah, let's finish this one now. Yeah, when this one gets to like, let's see, I have to do this like for another week is what I got. So maybe when it gets to like, you know, 110, I'll start auto completing it, because it's also a good source of silver. It gives you almost as much as like Shoeshire does, and Shoeshire I think is like one of the highest I can do right now for Lopang. I think maybe Phaeton's might be higher. No, not favorites. Available requests. Because I think you have like a Lopang to every region. What is this? History? That's 14,000 silver. Lopang. Alright, no, it seems like it's like, yeah, it's 18,000. Like it's pretty competitive for it, but you know, this doesn't look like much, but when you start doing this every day alongside chaos dungeons, that's what, 50,000 silver a day. That's pretty good. Because as you can see, we were at like 1.3 million silver. All I've done today is hone my character. I haven't refaceted any gems. I haven't done anything else. We're down to 900,000 silver, and that's not done yet, because now I gotta when I get on the Berserker, after this, I'll like get on the Berserker and we'll do his stuff, and he will send all of his materials that are unbound over to my scrapper, so she can try some more honing attempts. So a lot of silver is about to go out the window today, but generally what this means though is like on reset, especially because we have 2 events going on, and neither of the events give us like silver, right? Like that's one thing I find kind of interesting, is that some people are complaining that the events don't give us gold. I don't think we'll ever get an event that gives us gold, but I do find it interesting that neither of the events give us silver, like silver currency that you can get. So I think that was a bit of an oversight. I feel like, because the 2 stopgaps you're going to have for when you're pushing a character is predominantly going to be shards, and there's going to be silver. Shards because you can't send shards across characters, and silver because silver gets used by every single one of your characters. So it's from a pool, right? So like this is a pool of silver, and everybody in your roster pulls from it. So these two are going to be the biggest stopgap for new players, because especially with the event, they can rush forward. If they don't, since they won't spend any time you know, grinding, well, they won't spend as much time grinding as like the players who picked up the game before the events. Silver is going to be a pretty big stopgap for them, because the silver costs are not cheap. I had a big chunk of my silver went down the drain just from pushing the Berserker from +10 to +15 in tier 2 in like one day. And then after that, I pushed him from 1302 to 1310 the next day. And then now the day after that, I then pushed him from, and then I then pushed the Scrapper from 1355 to 1360. Like, doing that so quickly back to back has destroyed how much, like I had 2.3 million gold like 3 days ago. Or not gold, I don't know why I keep saying gold. 2.3 million silver, not gold, because if I had 2.3 million gold, man, woo, I would have been 1370 on everything by now. But no, I had 2.3 million silver, and like 2-3 days ago, and now I'm down to like 900,000, because the amount of like honing I've done in the past like 2 to 3 days has just demolished my my silver. Demolished. But again, this week is cube week. Let me see. Yeah, this character has 7 tier 2 cube tickets. That doesn't include any like tier 1 cube tickets. I think he's got a couple of those. Oh, he doesn't have any of those. Oh no, he did. It's just they were right next to it. So he has two tier 1 cube tickets and a bunch of these. So I'm gonna get both of these done this week. The Deadeye has a couple. The Berserker is another one that has a lot of tier 2 tickets, and he has one tier 3 boss rush ticket. And then I think my Scrapper has a shit ton of like lower tier tickets that she hasn't done that she can do. I should be able to recoup a lot of this silver back. So, but yeah, no, the silver is no joke. I think the silver is even worse than the gold, because really, like, you know, silver dictates whether you use you know, your potions for when you do like chaos dungeon stuff, if you use potions for that. You know, it's how you buy your chaos shards for your awakening abilities. It's how you hone. It's how you do some of the recipes in the stronghold, which, speaking of, I forgot that I was gonna go do I forgot that I wanted to do go into the farm and grab some stuff for the flares. I've been seeing more and more of the chicken suits, and that pleases me greatly. Pleases me greatly. But yeah, yeah, silver is a pretty big stopgap, in my opinion. So, the fact that, so like, as I was saying originally, the fact that neither of the events give like some sort of silver boost, like, I mean, I'm not saying like they should be like, oh, like 1 million silver or something. I'm just saying it should be you know, maybe like a couple 100,000 silver, like, you know, maybe 100 or 200,000 silver on the weekly reset. Would definitely be help, like for like higher players, like in tier 3, that's like a drop in the bucket, right? But for a newer player, that's huge, you know, that's really good. So I don't know, I'm sure they have their reasons for not doing it, because as far as I know, the only ways to grind, well, the only like major silver in, like, you know, forms of income for silver is chaos dungeon, cube, and Lopang. Those are like your only 3 major sources of silver. Nothing else really. I think most other content in the game doesn't give you silver. And then, or if it does, it's very little amounts. So that's probably one of the main reasons I find a little confusing why they didn't, you know, give us a couple of those like silver consumable coins. But it's all good. I don't particularly mind because I don't really plan on honing anybody besides the scrapper for the next couple of days anyway. Even I know I saw a Tuki down here. I think he got killed though. Just to get some participation in. But yeah, that's a big thing for new players. That's probably one of the bigger that's probably the solid number 2 reason to have alts in this game. One is obviously for materials. You get you can you know, you can share unbound materials. You basically almost double the income of materials that you can get per character. And then silver is the other one, because you can then take that alt and either make him do Lopang, which just gives a crap ton of silver, or and then you could also and then the chaos dungeons, like just doing his daily 2 chaos dungeons a day, will that'll generate a lot of like passive silver. So the mats and chaos dungeons are probably like, and the silver generation are probably like the 2 biggest reasons to have alts in this game. I find it interesting. This is one of the first MMOs I've played where I see a lot of like alt phobia, and I think part of it is maybe too many people were like, oh, you have to have alts or you can't do anything in this game kind of like attitude, which isn't necessarily true. You can play the game just fine without alts. It's just you need to be aware that you're going to be slower than everybody else who has like multiple characters. So I think at the end, like I think eventually you're gonna make alt passively anyway. You know, you're gonna be there's gonna be classes that come out that you're gonna want to try, and then you just end up having, you know, 3, 4, 5 classes that you want to play. Like just me personally, I have 4 characters now. From what I already know that's coming, or that's already out, like not even like future unreleased classes that we know about, in like Aeromancer and Female Berserker, just in classes that are already out in other regions that we are waiting for in our region. I have 4 of the classes I want to play. Like I want to make and I want to play. Which would be Destroyer, Arcana, Lance Master, and Scouter, or like those. They're like the 4 out of the remaining 6 that are available in other regions that that I am very interested in. And then for future classes, I'm interested in all the gender unlocks for all classes. And I am interested in like Female Berserker that's coming like next year. I'm curious about Aeromancer. I don't care too much about Artist because her abilities look great, but I'm not big on supports. Like I don't usually play support characters very much at all. I think the most supporty character I might end up playing is like a Gun Lancer if I ever make one. But for the most part, you know, I am curious about the Aeromancer because I do like the concept of like weather control. I think that's like a magic type that doesn't get used often in video games enough. Cause like again, that's kind of like what is it? So if Arcana piques a lot of interest because a lot of like Western players who watched like X-Men, you know, to us were like, oh, that's Gambit, you know, with the cards and stuff. Then Aeromancer definitely piques a lot of interest, specifically because, man, I haven't been. I should probably start joining parties because usually the Tuki King I think is based off of like number of hits over. Actually, no, what I need to do is put the spinny kick back on because that gives me a lot of. Cause I don't have a bleed rune on anything right now. But right, so I was saying, the Aeromancer, it might like, it gives off kind of like, you know, Storm X-Men vibes, you know, if she was like 12. But yeah, so that could be really interesting. And if the playstyle is cool enough, I will put that little specialist in a cow suit and then summon lightning on people. Because to be honest, I think that's the biggest bonus to the animal costumes is you're like, if they ever release like a specialist class that you want to play and you don't really like specialist, and you don't want to wait for like the male gender unlock of specialist because we don't know when we're getting that. Like, look, we got Warrior has 4 classes and we just now got a gender unlock for we're just now going to get a gender unlock for Warrior, you know. Gunners have 4 classes, they have a gender unlock. Martial artists, 4 classes, they have a gender unlock. Basically, if they keep that up, then most classes will get their 4th class before they get a gender unlock. I don't know how that'll work for specialists or assassins because those are newer archetypes that got added post-launch, but at least in the current state, that seems to be the path they're taking. But I digress. A lot of so if you don't want to, you know, if there's a specialist class you want to play, but you don't necessarily, you know, you don't like the specialist because it's a bit too much for you, you just get that animal costume, get that fancy dancy animal costume, you pick one of the ones you like and you slap it on the specialist and you just pretend you're like a small chicken running around with a brush and just healing people. Or you make it a cow, or you make it maybe give it the little the Shiba Inu costume one, like, you know, just put them in an animal suit and then just pretend that that's how they look. So that's what I'd do if like Aeromancer comes out and I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. I have a feeling that they'll probably be the illusionist class. So when we did the Kodan, we were doing the Kodan story. I made a mention that so we have like illusionists as a like an NPC class, right? Because Shandi is an illusionist and Zinnervale as his apprentice is also an illusionist. But we don't have like an illusionist class in game, so I wouldn't be surprised if one of the specialist classes we get in the future is an illusionist, seeing how apparently the specialist is supposed to be the same race as Shandi. I don't know how the hell the specialist is supposed to be the same race as Shandi, because Shandi's got those little gremlin, you know, he's basically a little gremlin looking thing. I don't know if maybe Shandi's like a special looking like specialist, but I can tell you for sure the female specialist looks nothing like a female version of Shandi, or at least how anybody would have expected a female version of Shandi to look. But at least that's what people have been saying. I don't know if it's true or not. But if it is, then I wouldn't be surprised if they end up getting illusionist as one of their archetypes, which I think would be really cool, personally. Especially with the way Zinnervale did it, where it's you know, Zinnervale and Shandi have shown that like that in Arcasia, which is the name of the world we're on for Lost Ark, illusions aren't like, they went the route of illusions can seem so real that people actually like can die, you know, get killed with them. So basically that means that, you know, an illusion cut and illusion attacks, like, you know, you can make them so real that it actually cuts a person. So it'll probably be something if you played Guild Wars 2, the Mesmer, it'll probably play something close to that. think that's what it's called, right? The Mesmer? It's like the Mystic. No, it's the Mesmer, right? Mesmer. Yeah, the Mesmer, because that's what they do. They do they summon illusion clones that attack and stuff like that. So so I think that that would be really cool. That'd be a cool addition to the game. But I have no idea when that's gonna get added, because they added Painter in December for Korea, and then Aeromancer is supposed to come after the end of the rainy season for Korea, which according to some of the Koreans streamers I watched, that's supposed to be like the end of June, end of June, beginning of July, somewhere around there. So you know, so we're waiting for that. Then we get female Berserker sometime between end of this year or beginning of next year, and then we don't know what they have planned after that. I imagine they might keep this cadence of like maybe new specialist class, gender unlock, new specialist class, gender unlock, and then maybe just go gender unlock for a bit after that. Because especially now that the games come to the West, after we get caught up to most of the classes, like, right? So like right now, a lot of the focus is people want the classes that we don't have out yet. That's a lot of the big focus right now. Oh, I forgot to go buy the blood shard stuff. I'll do that on this character. Once that focus comes out, right? You know, like we get most of the new classes, or we get all the new classes that we don't have yet that are currently available in like Korea. And then we get to like into Legion raids. The next thing people are gonna lose their minds about is, why don't we have where's the gender unlock for Lance Master? Where's the gender unlock for this? Where's the gender unlock for that? That's just gonna be the next one. So I think that might end up putting a bit more pressure on them to like speed up the gender unlocks. Especially because I find it hilarious, because before they started gender unlocking, it was predominantly female classes in Korea. Then they started gender unlocking, and it's still predominantly female classes in Korea, because they gender unlocked. So they started gender unlocking, right? And at the time you had so like, if we just look at base archetypes without gender unlocks, we have warrior, gunner for the male classes, and then you have martial artist, mage, and assassins for the female classes, like the female archetypes. So there we were outnumbered 2 to 3 already. Then when they did gender unlocks, they're like they then went like gunslinger, striker, and now female berserker, so we're still outnumbered. And then they added a whole new archetype, which was a female archetype with specialist. So I know that once people start, you know, once we get past the hump of, man, we want our new classes now, I know the very next complaint is going to be like, well, when are the gender unlocks for X, Y, and Z going to come out? Because there's a lot of people, I've gotten over it over the years. The more I play these games, especially like Eastern MMOs, the less I've given a shit of like gender locking and gender unlocking, because I know it's just going to be a constant thing in these kinds of games. But I know there's going to be a lot of people that what makes or breaks this game is how long they'll have to wait for a gender unlock of a specific class. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe after Aeromancer, they might speed up their gender unlocking plans in the future. Specifically just because of the Western audience. There's already been changes to the Korean client that is under the assumption is because of like Western client requests already. So like for instance, in the Korean client, you can move so you know how you do chaos dungeons and all of your items, like when they get picked up, they spawn like right next to your character in the middle of the screen. In Korea, they added the option that lets you not only move it to the side, but then abbreviate the names. So it's much less obtrusive. And a good number of people that play on the Korean servers are like, that's probably because it was something requested by the They feel like that was seeing how late into it that was added into the Korean servers. They feel like that was probably because of the Western side of things. Who knows? Maybe they'd always planned to do it, and then just the Western release kind of gave them a good enough reason to finally push it up. So, but yeah, it's interesting to see how things pan out. Okay. Get our armored narcs out of the way. Knacks out of the way. I just like calling Nacrosena Knack. Short, sweet, to the point. Armored Knack, let's go. Do I have flares on this character? I do not. That's okay, other people do. But yeah, I think it'll be, I definitely feel like that's gonna be like the next like stuff people complain about, but you know, it's the internet. There's always gonna be people complain about stuff. I am personally interested in like more gender unlocks, but mostly from the avenue that they play like they have very distinct differences to their, you know, their previous counterpart. In regards to how they play, like they get different, you know, they get different awaken. Oh my god. That jump made him invulnerable and made like half of my fucking awakening just not matter. I hate that. Nacrosena is like the one like monster that has the most like, I guess you could call them iframes. Compared to everybody else. Like most other monsters aren't, I wouldn't say there's that many, like they don't have that many iframes, it's just, they're just there. A lot of their moves like kind of looks like iframes, but they're not. You know, it's still like active hitboxes. And but Nacrosena, like her flip is iframe. When she digs, she gets iframes because the model moves. Pretty sure my like if my dodge was like off cooldown. I don't know why it didn't go off. Also, he's not doing his charge because he knows I'm waiting to counter it. Come on, naked boy. They don't have a lot of stagger in this team. What are you doing? Throw the bomb. God. Oh, it's fucking because he's like weird, because he's like on the edge of the map while not being on the edge of the map. Shit. Thank you for the shield. Help! Ranged people, help! Ranged people, help! Like, I can't kill that. Like, sorceress, please. Like, holy shit. Like, I'm dying because the aura deals so much damage. Oh my god. Shit. I just find it funny. Like I was like running away from the little baby scorpion with the quite obvious anti-melee aura going, and the sorceress was like, "No, no, you okay?" And I'm like, "Help, help me, please." What? Oh, I dodged too soon. Ah, I wasn't in front enough. Oh, God. I hate that so much because you don't know when he's going to do it. He just does it. So annoying. The dig, I mean, not so much the whole like like you don't know when he's gonna dig, right? Like he just does it. Like there's so many. This is the annoying part, is that there's so many times he does something with an iframe that he has no tell. Leap, iframe, no tell. You know, dig, iframe, no tell. Like that's probably the worst part about Nakrasena, is that he does so much shit that gives him like immunities that you just don't get a tell for. So it's just like, it can make him pretty frustrating for players. Like, oh my god, again, no tell, like, fuck. It's so fucking annoying. It's so tilting when it happens. It's so tilting, and then for some reason the scorpions deal more damage per hit. The baby scorpions deal more damage per hit than the boss itself. That's fantastic. Gotta love it. What do you mean, why aren't you killing ads? We are killing ads. We died to the ads. I like how the sorceress, who I ran ads like in front of her to try to have her help me kill it, and was ignoring it, is then chewing the rest of us out for not killing ads when we were. I don't know, this is like, I don't personally like Armored Knack specifically because it has too much shit that like causes you to whiff hits, right? Like I can't control, like Egrexion, you can kind of, he has like some tells here and there. You start kind of picking up the more you fight him. Like you're like, okay, he's gonna probably jump back here, or he's gonna like move here and there. All right, this is what's gonna happen here. This is what's gonna happen over there. Nakrasena just like, it's just constant like jumping, moving, flipping over, flipping backwards, digging, summoning things. And then the point is that like the baby scorpions aren't that bad if everybody would just group up in a corner, because then they all like conglomerate into one group and then you can just nuke them all at once. For the most part, the bard and the shadow and the gunslinger, like we were like grouping up, so we were killing a majority of them. But the sorceress just didn't want to group up with us, and so it kind of, and the problem is that, so what was happening was the sorceress, who has the most AoE out of the whole group and is out of range, so would probably have like an easier time destroying killing the scorpions, more often than not was away from the group, and so the scorpions wouldn't go to her, so she would focus the boss when it would come out, and then she'd yell at us for not killing the scorpions. one, as a melee, for me trying to kill all the scorpions by myself on a berserker, like Hellblade got me killed. Like I tried Hellblading that batch to death. They turned around and just killed, like hit me like 3 or 4 times, and I just died because they just deal so much damage, like so much damage as for little baby scorpions. Part of it could also have been maybe the bard could have, you know, shielded more. Maybe we could have, but I think part of that was specifically because, you know, we weren't grouping up, so the scorpions were a little bit more spread out than they could be. This fight is definitely a hell of a lot easier if you just group up. Like just group up on a side that Necrocen is not going to pop out on, and then wait for the baby scorpions to come to you. Because if you try to initiate in on the baby scorpions, a lot of times you'll get caught in the jump up from all right, yeah, this seems to be where they're going to be stabilizing for a while. You'll get caught in the jump when Necrocen jumps back out. So also when your 2 teammates die, well, when you're not anywhere near your teammates, because when me and the is this just busted? Oh no, it's just my double clicking mouse didn't put it over. What is going on with the system today? Did I click the wrong button, or like I don't even know. So like the bard, the bard and the gunslinger were on one side, and the sorceress was on the opposite side because she didn't want to come over to group up. Me and the gunslinger died while trying to clear the ads. We died to said ads because we're all low health anyway. And then the sorceress is like, why aren't you killing ads? It's like, first of all, you're not over here, so you don't know what's going on. You need to shut your mouth. And second of all, if you would group up, we could probably kill the ads pretty easily. But it is what it is, you know. Not much we can do about it besides go again and hope that this time goes a little smoother. We did kind of. This is kind of where I'm hitting the little annoyance with the berserker is I only have 2 weak point abilities on the berserker, and on a mob like Necrocena, that's like a death sentence because you want to chop that tail. And so even with destruction grenades, like it just feels bad to not be able to have more weak point hits. Like personally, like I would like 1 or 2 more weak points on the on a berserker, but unfortunately that would constitute I think giving up my counter, which I like using too much. Actually, to be honest, what it means is I really just want a destroyer in the game. This is gonna be a bad spot to stagger in these staggers. Fuck. He's like all of my stagger moves. I used all of my stagger moves trying to get him staggered to begin with. And then I didn't have anything. Ooh, that one hurt. Can we like not fight him in the corner, please? Like he's such a pain of a boss. Get back here. Wait, what? He like charged, but we still got a stagger off? I'm confused. Woo! Alright, so we got the first break. Yeah, and the other problem is that, like, as a berserker, one of your main stagger abilities is also, like, one of your biggest, like, weak point abilities. This is a terrible spot to fight him in. But the team gets what the team wants. And then I get what I want when he backs up. Thank you. Okay, that didn't miss. Sorry. I got some hits off from it. There we go. Smooth, well-oiled machines. This is also why, you know, sometimes even when you have like a good party like comp, I guess, when you like matchmake, it still doesn't necessarily mean it'll be like perfect, because you know, if people don't want to do things, then like, you know, we've been grouping up. I ping, we group. It's pretty good. Granted, it also probably helps because I think someone's like overgeared. But still, it's definitely a Armored Knack is definitely one of those like Guardian raids where, you know, you kind of just work together a little bit, like ping, this and that, kind of like group together, use consumables with the destruction grenades, like things go a lot smoother. Yeah. Blades for years. Oh no, they're in the like where they need to be, because you can't do Grexion. They're just really good. Deathblade is definitely like one of those classes, especially because I think they might have been Surge. You definitely can instantly tell when you have a good Deathblade, like a Deathblade that's really experienced and knows what they're doing, and one that like doesn't really, like, maybe is kind of new to it. Wouldn't necessarily say like, I try not to use the term like bad for like Deathblades, because Deathblade is a pretty hard class. Like I think it's universally considered the hardest class to play, just because like all of their damage comes from their surge. Like I've even seen like some Korean sorceresses mains being like, no, Surge Deathblade is harder to play than a Igniter Sorc. So you know, they're definitely a class where the damage they can deal is definitely very warranted, in my opinion. So, because if you can play a hard class well, you should definitely deal a crap ton of damage. Like, that's definitely something that should happen. Number 3 is, I think that's a War Dancer? Yeah. It's kind of hard to tell because like Striker and War Dancer have slightly different models, or slightly different icons, but very similar icons at the same time. So just waiting for the buddies. Alright, let's see how this one goes. Hopefully it goes as smoothly as the last one. Oh, nice. Counter. Bleh, bleh. Oh, thought I got out of it. Oh, rest in peace. I feel for that word dancer. When you miss that you know, you try to put it down and Knack just like hardcore flips out of your stuff, it's pretty sad. When it happens to me, it makes me sad, so. Oh, I ran into it. I thought he was gonna sweep out the other way. I missed it. Oh shit. I forgot that he does that like back to back sometimes. You let me redeem myself? No. I'll say that is not a corner you want to be in. Because if he starts like stomping, you're gonna have a bad day. But it's kind of odd because like like his electrocution thing tracks your dodge really hard, but it doesn't, like if you just run, it doesn't track as hard. Oh, we almost had that. I think we almost, I felt like we almost had that. Oh, I was hoping it would let me get through electrocution. Nice, nice, nice. So I have too much like attack speed going because I'm running out of MP. And that's what happens. The War Dancer's giving me a lot of attack speed. War Dancer gave me had that Wind Whisper going for a long, real quick, because I think I'm thinking Wind Whisper is their for War Dancers is the buff that gives the team the attack speed, and like I had to focus a little bit because I've never ran out of mana on Berserker until now, and I knew going into it that Berserker had mana problems, because but I'd heard that it was mostly a problem with like with like Mayhem. I wasn't expecting to run into it so soon on a on my Berserker's technique one, but we did it. We ran into it. Had a lot of moments where I saw gray buttons. I was like, hold up, what class am I on again? Because I thought I had magically teleported back onto my onto my scrapper for a second there. And like always, garbage. Garbaggio and accessories. I'm like, I have 3 accessories because I need I could replace one of these with swiftness, but I lose too much spec. Because like let's see, which one? This one has +2 berserkers. This one has no berserkers, but if I take it off, yeah, that's still a bit much. Yeah, see, it's 642. That's 100, even because it's reduced by 30%, right? So it's when it's so it's still a lot of spec compared to having no spec. But when I get some of the, I think I'm gonna run like I'm gonna use that swiftness earring just because it has a berserker's technique on it. Well, I might save it for when I try to like get like level 2 awakening, because I'm still waiting for a freaking awakening ability stone. My damn berserker has gone through tier 2, like all of tier 2, without getting a single ability stone with awakening on it. Actually, I think he got one once and then it like bricked because I couldn't even get 5 on it. I tried to get level 2 awakening. Because level 2 awakening, I think, is where you want to start using it. Level 1's not that big of a thing, but level 2 is pretty, I think, is a pretty sizable difference in notice. So I'd like to get awakening level 2 going. I'm running in conjunction with the berserker's technique. Hello, Necrosena. Is that Striker? I think it's... There you are. Oh, you stupid chicken. Someone didn't even... Fuck it, I'll just throw the bomb. What? What? Okay, he like glitched out there? Why would you run away? Are you one of those not having overwhelm rune on Tiger emerges people? Gotta have that. Oh, you like? All right, what's the point? Why you even give me the option to do it if he's gonna power up anyway? Fuck. It's so hard to land Hellblade with how much attack speed I have in this event. Also because I have a... It also is partially because there's a... Nackerson is back. Marsh, could you not get hit by that, like, for once? That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Almost had that. Okay. Got the boops. I'm gonna beat the shit out of this bird. Alright, bird's dead. Next! I don't know where it is. Generally, they don't move with how fast we killed the first one. Oh, you son of a... Veritas is such a pain in the dick, because he just, like, runs away. Yeah. Because the problem is that, like... Veritas, I'm thinking he's one of those where... If you have a certain... Once you deal a certain amount of damage, it, he automatically just runs. Because, like, Agrexion does that, right? So, like, Agrexion, when Agrexion turns into fire mode, he automatically leaves. I'm mistaken, that's from Veritas. That's the, holdover from the Veritas, version. Because Veritas likes to run away a lot. Okay, like, are you ever gonna let me use my damn dodge? At least Agrexion's breathe-in gives you a chance to dodge out. Veritas, if you get caught in his, like, inhale, you're kind of just fucked. But luckily with this event, since they deal like reduced damage and stuff, you don't really have to deal with it too much, but still a little frustrating. Cause his breath deals a lot of damage like normally. So the fact that when he inhales, it like, you know, it staggers you quite a lot, and like I was spamming my spacebar. I don't know if you could hear it because I spammed it a little hard, and it, like at no point did I ever have the freedom of my character to not be to be able to like roll, right? Like at no point did it let me roll. It just kept telling me you're paralyzed. Like you're just paralyzed, and I'm like, fuck. Like, please let me be, set me free. But it's all good. It's all good. Still quick and easy. Still quick and easy. I definitely say so far, in my opinion, from best to worst in buff monsters, Helgaia and Calventus are definitely two of the worst. Helgaia being worse than Calventus in my opinion for the stagger boss. And then Romanium is definitely the easiest followed by Knack. Mostly because Chromanium, you just constantly dealing break point to him. Like you don't have to knock him down, and then right. So like, you know, it makes it easier because like again, a lot of classes, their highest damaging abilities tend to have their weak point and staggers on them. So whenever you have something like Helgaia, where you have a very specific time you can stagger, or something like Knack, where you have a very specific time that you need to then breakpoint something, it's not very on certain classes like Berserker, you're kind of like, you're not too happy, because a lot of times the abilities you want to use for weak point and stagger are the abilities you want to just do for damage. So but that's probably part of just learning. Also where like destruction bombs come in for help, right? Like you just destruction bomb, and then you can use your other abilities a bit more freely. Want to buy more specialization. Cause like, what is it? I think like currently with the amount of stats I can have on my scrapper, I have she has a whatchamacallit, she has like, I think like 1380, like 1380 spec. Like, if I could get that on the Berserker, I would be fucking so fucking happy. Give me like no fucking Fury bar. Gave me like no Fury bar. Because they die too fast. So I'll probably stop using that. They usually, because like the problem is with the chains, right? So like the chains give you, I think for, I think I'm just gonna not use the chains for Chaos Dungeons, because the chains do generate the most amount of fury, because they give you, it's a 3-hit awakening, but from my experience, the most amount of fury generated comes from the very last hit that it does. So so I feel that at least for Chaos Dungeons, so what happens a lot in Chaos Dungeons is with Preemptive Strike, I tend to kill the elite with the you know, the Rift Core elite with the with the first two parts of the move, and then that generally kills everything else also in the area, and then everything that spawns after is still like immune to damage, so it's not I don't generate any like fury off of it. So I think for Chaos Dungeons, I'm gonna use the other one, the Berserk Fury, just because my main thing with the Awakening is for it's not really for damage, just to get back into my Berserk mode quicker. Personally, at least that's how I like feel about it. Because again, you don't really want to. Probably when you're at like level 5 or level 3 Awakening, and I know there's a whatchamacallit, there's a build in Korea that somewhat recently for Berserkers. Well, recently, it was like a couple months ago. I think it was like probably around NAEU launch. They had added a new relic set to the game, and apparently it was really good for Berserkers. So it kind of brought them back into the meta a little bit, but I think you still, like, a lot of them still don't use like Berserker's technique, because Mayhem is like cheaper to play consumable wise. Like, it's more, since it's the more popular build, it's more expensive to build accessory wise, because you know, everybody knows what you want, and so they're gonna charge you an arm and a leg for everything. But when it comes to consumables, you don't need to use Androphin, which basically what Androphin does is when you pop the it's one of the purple pots you get. When you pop that, it fills up your identity gauge. So you know, for Berserk, it basically lets you start the fight off in Berserk mode for Berserker's technique. And you don't use that on Mayhem, because in Mayhem you never use your like, you're always in you know, Berserk mode, so your identity is just whatever. And then for potions, they have a really cheap because while everybody else is using like purple potions, they don't really, they could get away with like green potions, and the green potions if I'm mistaken, fully heal them. So it's kind of you know, I had really good luck with gold rooms today, which is good because I need the silver and the gold. See, we're back up to 1,000,000, so we've made like 100,000 silver since I swapped over. So between like Tuki Island's weekly reward or daily reward, and then now dungeon or chaos dungeon with gold rooms and stuff, it's been very good. It's very nice, very nice. Rip you up, and then do this. Do that. Oh yeah, that definitely generates a lot more fury, because since it's one big hit, you get everything from it. Again, the chain ones do generate more fury. This is a fact. There's no arguing it. But the you can't get all the hits in, it does not generate more fury than just using the blade. So for Chaos Dungeon, you probably just want to use the blade, even if you're Berserker's technique, even without running the supercharge one, just because you can at least guarantee one-shotting the. You can one-shot the Rift guy with preemptive strike, and the Rift core person with preemptive strike, and then you'll get the fury from it, because that gave me like half a bar of fury almost. No, probably less than that. Probably like a probably like 2/3 of a bar, which is more than what the other one gave me. So, and it looks cool. So I'll probably use it even if it's not actually like generating more fury than the other one, but because it looks cool, and this is like the only time I'll actually get to use it. I think visually it's probably, I'd say Berserk Fury is probably visually my favorite awakening, because it's so like dramatic, right? You're like, "Ah," and you're charging, you're getting this huge fucking blade of like blood or like ray of anger, like, you know, channeling up your sword and just making it even bigger than it already is, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. All right, I know there's this. Keeping that. Nope, that's garbage. Are any of these have any specialization? Probably not. Probably not. Swiftness, crit, endurance, swiftness, the crits. I've gotten more like crit swiftness shit than I've gotten spec, so it's kind of annoying me. Because, oh, I didn't grab the weekly on this guy, did I? Nope. Gotta love it when that happens. I just don't have enough spec stuff. I need so much more. And you barely get any coins or any gems out of this level. So that's probably a big reason to push him to 1325, but I'll do that later. Because I somehow have to push him with bound mats in a tier that doesn't give a lot of bound mats. Because like oops, wrong one. Go over here. Tier 1 and 2, you have a lot of like sources for bound materials, but what's on this? Tempest Slash. Do I have any Tempest Slash stuff? No, finish a strike wave, so I'll put it on this. Slowly but surely. Getting rid of shit I don't need and putting stuff I use. This is there. Alright, so now we're gonna do some dailies. What does this character do? Alright, was I done with this? Yeah, I was done with that. That's finished. These are finished. Do I have any other Punica dailies that I haven't unlocked yet? 80 Cliff. I haven't done that one yet. Actually, let me see. We can't do this one because this one's on Hope Island, if I'm mistaken. And I can't do that yet. Yeah, not available. Because Hope Island takes a long time to get. I have 2 more days, so that'll be this Charisma Potion. And then after that, I'll probably just stick with, like, Leap Stones and stuff. Let's see, what do we got in here that we want to do? If anything. Alakir don't really care for. Maybe now we'll go for shards. Because we'll do basically what we'll do is we'll do 2 of the we'll do 2. Oh, actually, you know what I should do? Because I need silver. He's just gonna do 1 low pang daily. Yeah. I think that's probably the play with him. Is for now, for the next couple bits. I'll just do a low pang daily. Just do the Shoeshire one on him. Because 28,000. It'll kind of stunt him a little bit. But I think I can take this this little bit of stunting because with the event out, I have ways to give him shards. And then he'll get like bound leap stones slowly over time from just doing his daily stuff. Because he'll get 8 a day from this, and then whatever he gets from the Chaos Dungeon, because what you get from Chaos Dungeon is bound leap stones. These are unbound that you get from them, but these are the leap stones you get from Chaos Dungeon are bound. Send what little of this we have. Finish that. Alright, so that's Phaeton and then Shoeshire. So we'll go do Phaeton, then I'll go over to Lopang to grab the Shoeshire one. And then I'll set up the Bifrost for Shoeshires. Lopangs, we'll do that for a bit. I'm definitely not gonna do all of like Lopang dailies on him because that's gonna be that'll stunt him way too much. And I still want him actually building up some leap stones to get him. I would like to at least get him to 1325, right? Because at 1325, I can at least let him do the first dungeon, the first abyssal dungeon, which is really not that hard to do, and then after that, it'll be pretty easy. Well, not easy, but he'll be generating. I'll just have him like generating gold and stuff for me. like. Get out of here. I said, get out of here. At least now with having a different like awakening on my chaos build, hopefully when I queue for things, if I forget, I can just like glance down and see that I have the Berserk Fury instead of the chains, and then what's the other one called? Like Chains of Vengeance or some shit like that. Yeah, Chain of Vengeance. I still find it really weird where they randomly just got chains out of like nowhere, spawn out of the ground. Like, I guess you could say so like Scrapper, you're like, oh well, you pulled double dragons out of the ground. I'm like, true, but it's still kind of like, you know, you see that maneuver, you go, yeah, that's a martial arts move. You see chains come out of the ground, and you're like, that could literally fit for anything. I'm just saying that I feel that when you consider the fact that out of all the classes in the game, there is actually one class that has both chains on its identity, even though they don't use it. And then he has one attack that he has chains that go into the ground to pull rocks together, which is Destroyer. You would have thought that he would have been the one with the ultimate that with chains, but
Come on, hurry.
it is what it is. Oh, I didn't pay attention what time it was. I could have swapped to the I could have been in Punica. I could have stayed in Punica to wait for the Chaos Gate, is what I'm saying. Because now I'll have to remember to do it after stream. I will say the one good thing is that now I can do at least the second one for Arc of Arrogance again for another 100 gold. It's not much. Like 100 gold is not a lot, but 100 gold is better than nothing, right? Like I know there's some people who are like, 100 gold, like why would I do that for 100 gold when I can do like I've seen people at like 1325, you know, like not even 1370 or like 1340 where they're like, ew, why would I do Gate of Paradise when I can just do Oreha normal mode and get like, you know, I think what is it, like 600 gold each? It's like 1200 gold total or something. Like, why would I do Gate of Paradise? I'm like, because then you can get another 100 gold on top of that, and in reality, you're only getting like 800 gold ish from Oreha because you're buying the box more often than not. Like, I still buy you're buying the box for the materials and then like chances at extra accessories, because like my Scrapper, even though you don't really make the armor for the Oreha normal, like the purple version, because it's pretty bad, you still buy the box for to try to get accessories and to try to and to get the mats. So you're still not walking out with the full value of it. And not to mention that when we do hard modes, you can only do the hard or the normal mode. You can't double dip on both like you can in like World of Warcraft, right? Like World of Warcraft, you can do normal, heroic, and get loot and rewards from both. But in Lost Ark, you can't do that. In Lost Ark, you can only do one mode. So you know you'll either do like one mode a week. So you either do the normal or the hard version. And so obviously you're not gonna waste your time in the normal version if you can do the hard version, and you can only do like one a week, right? So it's kind of like a little bit no-brainer to me. Or did you just always want to fit in you just want to fit in as much gold as you can, right? So that way you can You know, a little bit of gold does not hurt. You could be making 10,000 gold, and if you still make one more, you know, 100 more gold, you'd be like, I'll do that 100 gold. Because that 100 gold is juicy. Oh, shit. Probably. Well, he wouldn't use the other one because he doesn't have supercharge. I don't think I can do this. But I'm looking at like the Korean stuff. There's like in the top 20 for the rankings for the Korean, there's only like 2 Berserker's techniques in there. Ether Predator, really? At least I think that's what that is. No, that's not Ether Predator. What is that? Oh, stabilized that. Oh, is he doing the... Oh, I think I know what it is. I think I know what this is. Interesting. What does this one do? Grudge Curse Doll, stabilize. Oh, he doesn't do the spirit absorption. Interesting. I was trying to see what maybe some of the Korean players who use Berserker's technique run. But I think part of it is there's a set in Korea that gives you a buff when you use your awakening, and then puts your awakening on like a 2-minute cooldown and gives you more uses of it. Basically the way it works is it lets you spam your awakening a lot, and when you have like the 6-piece relic set on, and it reduces like how much damage your awakening deals, but in return it gives you a boof for like it gives you a lot of stat buffs when you use your awakening, and it basically every 2 minutes you just use your awakening, and for Berserker's technique that probably lines up pretty good. Like probably what it is you probably come out of your Berserker's technique, like your Berserk mode on Berserker's technique, like every 2 minutes ish, like when you're at really high specialization. So it probably pans out to lining up pretty nicely, and so I would imagine that might be why they don't use awakening, because with awakening you just you probably lose out. You probably wouldn't get to a point where like it probably doesn't stack with the relic set or with the set bonus is what I mean. So since it doesn't stack, you can just use something else like spirit absorption instead. But again, I don't think that's a build you can run right now. I think you can only get that with this specific like set bonus. What I'm curious is, I mean, I'm assuming they use they're using the chains, like the chain like awakening, but Loa doesn't show me this. I don't think. I don't know if there's a way for it, like, because I go to the skill one, and it shows me like all what their regular skills are, but it doesn't show me what awakening they're using. So I don't know. So I'm just gonna assume that he's using the Chains of Vengeance Awakening, since it would statistically generate more fury. And again, your whole goal is to get back into your fury mode as fast as possible. Now we go to Shoeshire, turn this in. Then we're gonna get on the Deadeye and do his daily stuff. I will say, like, I think I mentioned it yesterday, where I think Lava Chromanium is kind of proving my point, where a lot of players are still slowly making their way through tier 2 to tier 3, because Prior to getting my Deadeye to tier 2 and 1000, I had my Striker and my Berserker at 1000, and they were having, like, basically their Chromanium runs were very smooth, you know. On average, it would take me about 8 minutes. No 8 minutes, no deaths. Wouldn't really leave the first zone. Everybody would know what they're doing. Break the shell, get good to go. You know, dodge the stuff. Wouldn't really have to ping too much. But recently, actually, I'd say probably since getting my Jedi to tier 2 and 1000, like earlier in the week. Well, actually, no, even before that. I'd say before, as I was working getting my Deadeye to tier 2, I started realizing the Berserker and on the Striker, a lot of my groups were starting to fail, like very commonly. Like before, if I would fail like one group out of like 4 runs, like one group every couple days, I was starting to fail on average, like at the very least once a day. And it was dying to a lot of like what I would consider like stupid stuff, like, you know, the double stomps and like stuff like that. And now I started, and then it kind of hit me, it dawned on me that like they're not dying to stupid stuff as experienced players. They're dying to easy things that kill people because they are probably in the wave that was behind behind us. That oh, that was a waste of time. That caught up with the event, right? So we're gonna get back on my scrapper and do some more honing, see if we can get that weapon to plus 13 at least. So I started realizing that a lot of those players, they probably, like, with the boost in materials, they probably were able to skip right past Chromanium, like regular Chromanium, because and you know, they went to tier 2, and then with the boost of materials in tier 2, they're like speed running their way through tier 2, and then usually you stay on Chromanium for quite a bit, because from 1000 to 1100, it's a very sharp increase in materials and just resources that you need to really push, and the event can't overcome that amount of materials, so you're usually stuck in Chromanium, because Chromanium is quote unquote easier to do than Frost Gaia, because Frost Gaia is, I'm mistaken, before Chromanium, and then he's easier to do than what comes after Chromanium. What does come after Chromanium? I know on his page the very last one is Alberhastic. What's in between Chromanium and Alberhastic? Let's just check. Oh, Levinos. Like, Chromanium is easier than Frosttail Guy and is easier than Levinos. Debatable if he's easier than Alberhastic. Because Alberhastic, as long as you do his stagger check and you do the gold and silver, he's not that bad. In comparison, like, he dies pretty quick. But again, some people don't want to take the risk. Like, I did Alberhastic like the one time to kill him, and then I was like, I'm good. So I just do Chromanium. This record is with someone who's overgeared though, so, but usually on average mine's like 8 to 10 minutes at most. But I've been seeing like a lot of groups, like I just fail more often, and I'm like why, like what's going on? Like, you know, is it like, did they do something with Chromanium? Did they do whatever? And I started to realize no, it's that, like, you know, that bulk of new players is finally starting to catch up, and then they're getting stuck on Chromanium because, again, that's where the tier 2 process like really slows down for honing. And so I need to go get the Kaldar fusion materials. And he's very punishing. Like, Chromanium is a fight where you don't respect the turtle and he bitch slaps the shit out of you, right? Like, Chromanium is the definition of you better respect the turtle or the turtle is gonna make you die. And he's the definition of that because I just made it up for it. But he is definitely the definition of, he's an easy fight if you understand how he works, and he's a hard fight if you have no idea what you're doing. I also started to see a sharp increase in people who were ignoring the volcanoes. You don't ignore the volcanoes on lava chromanium because they start filling up. The when combined with the flame breath that he tends to spam a lot, between the volcanoes and his flame breath that leave fiery patches on the ground, it covers the whole arena, and even ranged aren't safe. Like there's just too much shit on the ground that it just like ranged aren't safe either. So it's not even a case of haha fuck you melees. Like no, like you just don't have any space because he also moves a lot, right? So he does the flops, he charges forward, like it's a you know it's not a happy time for anybody. So use this one. Of course you wouldn't upgrade, you stack of garbage. All right, cool. 13 on that. That's good. Yeah, see, each one of these clicks is costing me 15,000 gold. That shit hurts. That shit hurts. All right, we're gonna be using homes. I'm gonna save some of these tomes for later. Basically, yeah, and so now we're out of leapstones. I think we got pretty good. We're at 1362. We actually got we actually succeeded a lot more homes than I was expecting. Because armor wise, 3 pieces are now 1365 and 2 pieces are 1360. So, and then with the weapon at 1360, I think actually I think we might, like, I should be able to reach my goal because I now have, so again, my goal was to reach 1370 before the April update, which I'm assuming is did I already do this? Yeah. Which I'm assuming is going to be the 14th of April, because that's when our login event ends. So, and remember, for the March update, our update for March was on the when is on the month that well, it was when the login event ended on in March. So it's pretty good. Dazzling Twilight. How the hell are you supposed to know that means this? Whatever. But yeah, so we're 1362. Basically what I think I'm gonna do is I'll probably spend the rest of the week trying to get this to plus 14, like both of these to plus 14, and then trying to get the weapon to plus 14, and then I'm just gonna stockpile Guardian Stones for the 7th of April, and then try to push the armor to plus 15, and then the weapon, like basically try to get to 1370 on that week of the 7th. It'll still be slow going because I think even with the Berserker, I'll probably only be able to do 1 weapon hone a day, because it's just the sheer amount of like let's take a peek at, like, this is 13, right? Yeah, it takes 380. Yeah, I think I'd be able to do 1 a day with this. So that, and this is the main reason I'm planning to not push these, like not push my armor to plus 15, because it takes 12 to get to 14. So if I was trying to, you know, to push multiple pieces, so instead of pushing multiple of these up at once and doing, you know, costing me 8 per try, I'll just do the 12 for this, and we'll get going. Actually, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna open the I have a couple of the honor leapstones from by a couple I have 100 honor leapstones. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Give me 20. Just because I have them, right? you know, I don't want to use too many of them because I've already bought the two that, like, all of the ones that my Scrapper and Berserker can buy. I want to save some for future use. Yeah, see, now we have one. And that's it. I'm not gonna open it. But I can go. I need to go buy the blood shards for this character, right? I forgot about that. So we'll buy the blood shards. I think I can get the one leap stone I'm missing from that. So we'll try one more hone on the chest. I doubt the chest will one tap. So we're just doing it to get artesian energy rolling and to finish. But as you can see, we ping ponged up and down, and now we're all the way down to 800,000 gold. So this is why you kind of, when you push other characters higher, you kind of want to take a break from some of your other characters from pushing too hard. Also, you can also buy silver from the blood shard vendor, so that's worth doing. All right, and here. Did I already buy the... No. Right, I didn't buy any on this character. Buy this. Buy this. Buy this. Buy this. And then go buy my entrance tickets. You might wonder why I'm buying them for, like, Yorn and Vern when I'm in tier 3. But that's because, one, more chances at silver, because these chests specifically have a chance to give you silver or the ticket. And two, if I can get cube tickets out of these, or even well, cube tickets from tier 1, because you can only, there's no boss rush, but even boss rush for the tier 2 is it's still a win. See, that's a cube, so that's silver. Like I was saying, this character has a good chunk, so I have all this to kind of like work on. These will get done this week. And then, so if I, and even if you get boss rush tickets, that also means you can get a. All right, I guess this week is just cube week, baby. But the boss rush ticket for gems, they give me gems, so that means I also need to buy these, at least the siege ones and all the other characters, because it'll help. See, all that opened pushed us right back up to 934. So now we go and we spend it. But basically, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. After this, I'm just gonna. The only thing I plan on honing is just the weapon, because my goal is to get. My order of priority right now is. Nothing in tier 2 is moving. My two tier 2 characters are going to stay at 1000. In tier 3, my goal is to get the scrapper to 1347. And yep, and now we're out of materials. But that's good. So we can get the artesian energy rolling. Is to get the scrapper to 1370, and then once the scrapper's at 1370, she'll sit there for a while doing just the hard mode dungeons, and then I'll push the Berserker to 1325, so then he can get even more materials to supplement the scrapper with, and hopefully speed her up. Because the reason I'm gonna wait at 1370 is because I'd like to get like a full set of legendary gear before pushing on honing, to one, give my account a break to build up materials and resources like gold and silver, and two, just because to me it'll feel a little weird to try to hone a couple pieces at a time, because you can't get a full set of armor in one go. So what I'm gonna do, what I plan on doing is I want to get into well, first, I want to try to get her engravings better, because her engravings are pretty shit. But I plan on doing Oreha, and then and hopefully clearing Oreha hard mode first and second dungeon. And then once clearing first and second dungeon, making the weapon from Oreha. and then hopefully doing an Argos, going into Argos, and then getting 2-piece Argos, because if I'm mistaken, you can get 2 pieces of Argos gear in from phase 1 materials. So it'll be that. So that'll probably be like the first week, so that way I can get the crit rate going on the scrapper. And then the following week I will then do Oreja hard again, and then try to get the last couple pieces for legendary, and then debate on whether or not I want to like do 4-piece Argos, or just stay with like 2-piece Argos with like the the 3 or 4 pieces of Oreja that'll have, because apparently it's only really worth using the Argos set, like the full armor of the Argos, like the full 5-piece set, if you have someone that you'll will proc the lunar set. That way you can get the crit damage. If not, from my understanding, it's not really, there's not much DPS difference between the two. And for me, since since I'm on the save me gold thing, I'll probably just like stick with like just 2-piece preordained, and then just as many Oreja armor and weapons I can get. And then my goal from there is to get to +8 and then decide which efficiency route I plan on doing. Because basically the general consensus is until they put in honing, the honing rate buffs, there is it is not advisable monetarily to whatchamacallit, it's not advisable to buy to go +15 on everything, because it's really expensive, and you're not even as strong as if you do one of the efficiency routes. So let's show you, yeah. So basically the general consensus is you take one of the efficiency routes, and then you just do that. Oh, those are weekly roster limits. Okay. What about the entrance? Okay, these are not, but I need to buy what I need first. I need this, this, and this, and these. Alright, we got those. And then I'll just buy the Yorn one, because I don't have as many blood shards on this character as I do on the other characters. Alright, what do we get out of this? Probably just a silver, but I'll take the silver because I need it. Nice. I have a cube ticket and a boss rush ticket for tier 3 for this character. I think I did his cube tickets for tier 1 the other day. Alright. Those are there. Put those there. I'm slowly building up card packs again. I can do another big, like, wham bam opening. Oh. I forget that alt right click out of that just puts it in my immediate inventory. What is this? Great absorption? Why was I keeping that again? I don't even know why. Sometimes I don't even remember what the hell I'm trying to do with some of my stuff. Great absorption. Yeah, the cursed I'll keep. Okay, gems on level 5s. Nice. Nice. That's actually really good. Do I have any level 3s equipped? I don't think I do, right? No, everything I have is level 4. Ooh, shotgun rapid fire. Nice. Even better. We gotta... I need to organize this. Here, and here. What I like to do is I like to put like the lower level gems on one side and then the like level 5s that I plan on using on the other, because that way I can like keep track of what I'm trying to like change out and pull out to like combine and what I'm not. Alright. So now I need to go to the event. I need to buy out the Naruni shop for tier 2 stuff. And then go buy out the Winter Illusion shop for tier 2 stuff. And that will be all the shops done for this this weekly rotation that matter. Because this is roster bound. The striker is basically like I don't plan on boosting the striker like anytime soon. So I buy all of these stuff. Need to buy the books, right. So the striker is going to be sitting pretty at a 1,000 for a very, very long time. Bling, 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 bling. We'll go empty out the other shop, and then we'll do our chromaniums and see if we can get some good groups today. Because the groups have been pretty rough. I won't lie. They've been a little rough. It happens, you know. I mean, you can see my armored neck. That first one, when like grouping together really does make a huge difference on neck. So, well, for armored neck, so you don't have the baby scorpions like wreaking havoc all over the place. Nice. Yeah, the plus note is that even though is that at least this second event, the Guardian Raid event, basically for 1370, it means that I can then just use all of the event stuff on my Berserker to get him to 1325, specifically because since I only plan on using the bound materials for that, he'll be pretty free. Alright, put the books down here. What is this? Oh, that's the animal skin chest thing. I still don't know who I want to use this on. Actually, now that I mention, I don't think I've even opened... Yeah, I haven't even opened this yet. Yeah, it's funny. If anything, I'd rather save that for like for when the alts come out. Or for the new classes. See which ones I really want. Right, yeah, I was gonna put the here. Because you want to use the ones from the Naruni Racing, because those expire before the the ones from the Winter Illusion will expire. So, and she doesn't have, right, yeah, so it's tier 3 gems. So. Those, I need to buy those on the Berserk. No, on the I need to buy these on the Scrapper. I was gonna leave it for the Berserker, but the Berserker can fuck off. The Berserker can wait. Alright. The Berserker is not my priority at the moment. Also, I really need to start the game. Please, game, I am begging you. I'm still using tier 1 ability stones because I just don't have anything good. I haven't gotten any good tier 2 ability stones. Just because like I just got nothing. Oh, actually, let's no, we'll do this and then we'll go try and trading in for we'll do this, we'll do our chaos dungeons, we'll do all of our stuff, and then I'll try trading in if we have time at the end. Or actually we might not, because I think I'll do one. I'm not gonna tempt fate and do 2 lava chromaniums this close to the adventure islands, because the adventure islands for sure, if I don't do it at 6, I'm not gonna get it done today at all. So oh, I don't have I know has flare. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry? I think 3 is trying to get flares. Or maybe restocking flares. Nobody's trying to shoot me, so must not be here. I'm assuming he's probably either here or there. Usually he's in one of these 2 spots. Or one of these like 3 spots. Though today might be... Nope. Just keep running. Yeah. Unfortunate. Still got the destruction off though. I had to cancel that. There was no way I was going to get that off. I need to break his shell like now, though. There we go. Hey, when he does it. Bruh. Like, how unlucky... Oh, I hate when he does that, dude. So fucking annoying. Because you never know when he's gonna, like, well, at least I can't tell when he's gonna do the side-to-side one into the front one, right? Because, like, Lava Chromanium alternates between 2 breaths. He does the breath that he shoots forward, and then the breath that he, like, does a wide sweep on. Like, if I'm mistaken, the indicator is you need to remember which one he did before, but the last time he did a breath, oh, there goes all my adrenaline sex anyway. I couldn't see what direction, like, I didn't see it. Like, his head was off of my screen, so I don't know which one he was doing, because if I had known it was the side-to-side one, I would have just ran the fuck away from him, because, you just don't want to deal with that. And then I just got really unlucky, because he staggered me into the volcano hits, right? So, and because the problem with what I'm doing now is since I'm running a tier 1 ability stone, I don't have I'm missing the vitality that I would like. I don't have tier 2 vitality for my stone, so I'm even squishier than I already am supposed to be, because Deadeye is a relatively squishy class. So and it's just no, it hurts when Chromanium wants you dead. It hurts. Get out of that time. Who you trying to flop on, buddy? Damn it. See, this is the annoying part. This is where Chromanium really starts being a bitch and a half to fight. When he starts running. Because we broke his shell. We did good damage. And he still ran, which means now we have to do the shell breaking mechanic again. which is annoying, like, to be honest. It doesn't feel, again, there's this thing that sometimes game developers forget, that there has to be a sense of accomplishment, right? So Lava Chromanium, he's a pain in the ass to deal with until you break his shell. You feel a sense of accomplishment when the shell gets broken. That sense of accomplishment gets erased as soon as he moves, because he regains that shell back. So now it's like, well, what do you do? Like, why would you like, I don't know, like, for me, I feel like if you want to make it so, instead of making it so that when they leave, they get their, like, broken parts back, which I think is preposterous, to be honest. Romanium kind of, like, makes sense, because, you know, he could, like, swim in the magma kind of thing, and that kind of makes sense to, like, regain his shell back, but it's still annoying, right? Like, it's still not fun. And I think that just making it, I don't know, just making it when you break a shell, he can't get it back, right? Like, I don't see what the problem, what you would lose as a game developer from making that change would be. Aside from people crying about making things easier again for NA. I thought I had enough time to get that off. There we go. At least we got it broken pretty quickly this time. I think, well, because I think the other issue is that if you don't stagger him, I think is the other caveat for him leaving. Still hit him. Would like to buy staggered tortoise. He's not actually a turtle. I'm thinking he's actually technically supposed to be a tortoise. Boom. There we go. A little sloppy at the beginning, but I think we got in our groove as a group. We got some good stuff. I still stand by my whole sense of accomplishment for breaking the shell only to lose it by doing nothing statement from earlier. I still personally think that they shouldn't be able to get the because Nakrasena does the same thing, right? Nakrasena, you break the tail and then she leaves and then she gets her tail back. For regular Nakrasena, for regular Nak, it's not that bad because you can usually break her tail in like one go. if everybody's on top of it. But for armored neck, it's kind of that's a bit of a different story, because armored neck, her tail takes you have to break it twice. Like you don't have an option, right? Like you either break it and get well, you break it and she does like a mini stagger, which isn't a real stagger, and then yeah, we're a little too close to this, so we're gonna go roll some ability stones real quick. But you have to break it the first time, which has a really low break threshold, and then you have to break it a second time, and then the second threshold is actually pretty substantial. I've seen a group, all four of us, throw like destruction bombs and use our destruction abilities on it, but I'm assuming most of us like only have like level 1 weak points on our abilities, and we still couldn't break the tail on the second go. So something good, please. Not a bad stone, my technically, but just not a good stone for me. Alright, we'll do our dailies because a little close to the adventure aisle, and if it goes really bad, what usually happens is people take like people will try to complete it even when everybody's dead, and there's like, you know, and they'll try to take the whole 20 minutes. So I always queue for these expecting the worst, right? Like I queue for the Guardian raids expecting it to take the full 20 minutes to do it. So so what I'm saying is that I'm not gonna do the second Chromanium on stream. That is very sorry, but that'll be for another day. What do we have for islands today again? That was like Opportunity Island and something else. Tranquil Lagoon Island. Alright, so we're going to Lagoon Island. Wait, where the hell was Lagoon Island again? I always forget where Lagoon Island is because I don't go very often. Ever since I got the wealth rune from it, I've just been like, that place is dead to me. I guess we're gonna do it on the scrapper because Punica is like the closest. Well, it's like the straightest shot there. Alright, is there people doing this again? Because, like, I don't know what happened. I don't know if there was, like, a memo I missed or something, but, I was doing this one, and I was doing, Frozen Memories on the Striker. And when I started doing those, like, literally nobody was doing them at all. And then, like, overnight, like, just a shit ton of people started doing them. And the rebuilding of Zanila one's not too bad, actually. It's, there's enough mobs in space here to share. When they respawn relatively, like, pretty quickly, everybody can have their own little, like, rotation. The problem comes when people don't want to play nice and they want to dip into other people's rotations, like... I played a little bit of BDO, I think like last year or so. And something I found really interesting was how, without even saying a word, people would kind of like do their best not to step on each other's toes. Like people would naturally shrink like their grind rotations to a very, you know, you would do a wide sweep if you were by yourself, and then when someone else showed up, you'd kind of like cut your sweep in half a little bit. And basically, you know, as more people would come, it would all kind of like, at least when I was on the server I was playing, at least, which I don't remember which one it is now, or if there was servers. It's been so long since I played BDO. There was even an event going on and everything, and like people still were like, without having to say much of anything, were, you know, they'd run into their own circles and they wouldn't really like try to squeeze out too much, you know. And it was a very nice like rotation going that for instance Lost Ark sure as hell doesn't have. Like you could have a nice little rotation going and not And when I mean a nice little rotation, like a nice little small one, you know, you're not killing all the mobs in the area or anything. You're just going through these like to these like 4 points. And then other people just come in and they'll just be like, "This is my area now." And it's like, dude, like you saw me running this area, and I know that like I know you can tell that it's a good run because I keep doing it and it like lines up just perfectly with stuff. But it's kind of fucking rude to just slide through and be like, "I'm going to, you know, just take over this spot." Like, yeah, I get it. You know, you want the nice spot too, but if you want the nice spot, then just come earlier or just wait for me to finish. Because the problem is that when you try to fight someone for that spot and you're trying to do it and you're both going back and forth, now you're slowing, like, now you're slowing yourself down. On top of the, on top of slowing the other guy down because with both of you fighting over that position, now neither of you is getting that position, and it's just like if you had just, I don't know, waited or just been patient, or you know, just not been a dick, or maybe just been like, hey, do you want to like group up to like share? Like there's multiple different ways to handle it that than just like passive aggressively, you know, taking people's positions. Because I say this as someone who like when I accidentally like take over people's rotations. Like for instance in this room, I try to like take a corner and just stick in my corner and just kill whatever spawns here because it's the quickest way to do it. So I usually, you know, I'll come in here, I'll see who's doing what, I'll see like what their rotation is, like where they're going. I'll try to take a corner away from them so they can like keep doing what they were doing. And if there's like a support, you know, I'll try to like swing through with like dexterous shot kind of thing to like do damage that I know will like be helpful, but not just like instantly kill everything kind of stuff. So you can help them out. But there's other people I've seen where they'll do like half a rotation, like they'll take like half of that room, and then I'll come in and I'll go over to like a far corner, like away from them to give them space, and then out of nowhere they just start fucking coming over to my corner, and it's like, bruh, I left you the whole half of the room. If you would ever so kindly do me this favor to fuck off, that'd be fantastic. Like, right? Like, you know, you're just like, get the fuck out of here. Did I set up a whaling soft one for this? No. No, I have not. Because I am a dum-dum. Alright, like, I'm trying to be polite. I'm trying to give you your space. We're trying to be friendly here. And then you, like, you just piss in my Cheerios. Oh my god, could we please get something that keeps me from getting these? Oh, I think I know what it is. Do I have the? I think I put the PvP roll on. That's probably what it is. What is the PvP thing? PvP thing. Is it this one? No, I turned that off. Why am I still getting it? That's gonna be frustrating. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out like what the hell is going on, because like I'm like 90% sure. I'm doing all the setting changes I can to keep the PvP announcement channel from fucking pinging me for updates, because it keeps getting my hopes up and then crushing them when I realize it's just a PvP update. And then I muted it. I did the like suppress all notifications, and it's still giving me stuff. So I'm like, well, maybe I have a roll on that I'm not aware of or some shit. And I look, and it's like, oh well, we're pinging like the PvP people, and I'm like, all right, so let me go take that roll off of my name. And then I go and I look, and I don't even have the roll on my name anymore, and I'm still getting pinged for that roll. And I'm like, Discord, what the actual fuck? So why do the people put like exclamation points on their names? Make me take like 3 years to scroll through the fucking names thing. Maybe that's the one. Yeah, maybe that's the one. All right, I think I turned it off now. So hopefully we can not worry about that. Because don't get me wrong, I love I love PvP. I generally try PvP in whatever form at least once when I'm whenever I pick up a new MMO or something, I look into the PvP and see what it's like. Even on MMOs that have pretty dog shit PvP, like Final Fantasy 14, I'll still like do it because usually even if the PvP system itself is pretty bad, they usually have something I want from it. So like 14 has usually has glamour that I like, so I do it. World of Warcraft PvP is one I did for a long time. I used to do rank, then my first account got like banned while I was unsubscribed. I even had the proof, and I refuted the ban, but for whatever reason they didn't want to accept it, and they like kept putting these weird like requirements. Like they wanted me to send them a picture of the receipts for every single version of the game I'd ever purchased, and at the time it was like I think I was trying to get back into it for like Cataclysm. So I was like, you seriously expect me to keep the receipts for the base game, Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King expansions, and you want me to send you a picture of it as proof that I own these games when I am emailing you from the email that owns the account, and I am sending you proof that I'm showing you, like, I'm using your own words to refute your reasoning for like not undoing the ban, because they're like, oh well, we don't know if it wasn't you. I'm like, I sent you the transcript from when was the last time I bought, like from when I unsubscribed in World of Warcraft, and I sent you my last thing for like when I purchased it. You're telling me that, and so like it just made me feel that instead of just saying straight up no, we're not unbanning your account, even though we're wrong, they just kept trying to do like, they just kept running me in circles with like whatever BS reason they could think of, and then until I gave up. So I just like, I did both of us a favor and I just gave up. And then at the time I was like, I'm not gonna play World of Warcraft anymore. And then a buddy of mine in university convinced me to pick it up again. I picked it up again at the end of like Mist of Pandaria. Basically, long story short, I played PvP and everything I play for MMOs. Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars, I PvP'd a lot. So I like PvP, but doesn't mean I like getting pinged for things about PvP all the damn time. Especially because, like, I don't think I'll ever enter, like, a tournament for Lost Ark. I wouldn't really have... I've never really had an interest in 1v1s. I've always been more partial towards, like, team PvP styles. So, like, at a very bare minimum, 3v3. My favorite, like, scale of PvP, though, is, like, battlefields. Like, whole massive groups of... Oh, shit, he's a schmoovin', baby! He is grooving and schmoovin'. But, with all the, like, the battlefield, like, the, you know, big battlefield style kind of things, like, in like, Guild Wars 2, I love the World v World stuff. And, let's see, when I was, you know, a long time ago, I played, Dark Age of Camelot for a little bit. And it was, and, you know, I really liked the massive battlefields going on there. I would play, I played EVE Online for a long time. And, like, EVE, now that's a game where, woo, baby, those were, we could get some pretty big fights rolling. So, so yeah, I do like big, like, battles, which is why I'm really looking forward to the faction v faction map. Because, I've seen videos and people, it looks really fun, and then there's skins you can get from it too, and mounts and stuff, so I'm really looking forward to that. The hardest part is going to be choosing which side to pick, because I think it's roster. The decision you make, I think it's roster wide, so I'd have to decide, and generally I'm probably going to decide by aesthetics, And currently I'm leaning towards like the blue side because the blue side has actual like armored versions of the like has actual armor, but the red side, well, it's more of like a uniform thing. Like their creed and stuff like also kind of like fits with me. But I'll talk with my buddies and see if when it comes out, like we'll probably like decide to try to figure out like which one to join, to see if we can like work together. But it looks fun. I definitely look forward to that's probably where I'm gonna be doing. That's probably where I'll be if I'm like, man, I'm kind of bored. I got nothing really to do today. Let's go do some rowing, baby. But hopefully, at the very least, I am hoping that by the time Rowan gets introduced, we'll at least have like all the classes in the game. Well, I imagine like all the classes. Maybe we might not have. We may or may not have artists. Um, I do know I've seen a decent amount of people ask for artists. Mostly because I think out of all of the supports currently, artists the abilities like the way they look. If you asked me what support I would play based off of the visuals, I would probably choose artist because I like the whole painting of you know, using the ink to summon the like, because like the point is like painters, if I'm not mistaken, they're summoning like the like not just like spirit creatures, but like, you know, demigods, like the godlike animals with their that, you know, like the whale and shit that jumps out. So like like even from that point of view, it's pretty cool. So I have seen a lot of people who want to play artists, and then like, to be honest, I can't really fault them for it. Visually, the abilities look really fun. So hopefully that'll come with the people who like to play supports and want to play that. Sorry, had a yawn. Um, I'm also looking forward to like Lance Master. Scouter seems like it'll be a fun class for just like, you know, just having an easy class to mess around on. And it'll be one that it can share. It'll share skins with my Deadeye. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to. There's a lot of stuff coming down the line that's not like. I mean, I don't know if you would call Rowan horizontal. I guess it would be horizontal content because it's. I don't think it like. I don't think anything from it like boosts your character tremendously. I think maybe they might add like a skill potion in it or something, but I think for the most part it's basically just kind of like just extra shit to do on the side. I think there might be a materials vendor. Like, well, I know it has a vendor. Uh, so I think that might be what that's worth doing it for. But I'm just looking forward to having it as just like having extra stuff to mess around with. Okay, I know you have the rapport chest piece. Is that? Yeah, the greed lance. I like the. I thought it. I was about to be impressed because I thought I was about to be like, holy shit, you have the like the purple for both, but no, he just has he bought the blue, the rare bottoms, the rare bottom jeans. I'm just waiting for yeah, I need another. After I get 70,000, I'm gonna buy the. If there hasn't been a skin that comes out that I want for stuff with pants, I'll probably buy the rapport pants. Let me see if check out the skins because it's actually been a while since I've been like checking skins out. That's not terrible for that price. But I am a little hesitant to spend money, spend gold on skins at the moment. Mostly because I know what's coming, what's going to come, and I'm pretty I want these pants, but definitely not gonna buy it for Maybe if they reach like 30 gold or something. But respawning soon, huh? Yeah, 4 seconds. But yeah, I'm pretty I know what's coming, and so I'm a little hesitant to spend the gold now, especially since I plan to push and with how expensive stuff is. You know, like I spent basically about what 3,000 to 4,000 gold today alone, and just honing to just doing all my hones for the day. We got really lucky. Like, I'm not complaining about it, right? I'm just saying that I have a pretty decent exponential already, and then I also want to save gold for future skins to save on to buy, because if I can buy it with gold, then I'm gonna buy it with gold. But I think one thing we've learned from the Omen skins is at least, well, the Omen skins were also in a chance when, like, with the whole artificial inflation thing going, so where things were just overly inflated from bots and stuff. Like, we'll reach that level of inflation eventually, but it was definitely a little too soon to have so, like, recently into the game. But yeah, so, like, I'm hoping that at least some of the skins I want aren't too expensive. I'm still curious what they're gonna do with, like, the legendary skins, because I can tell you right now that if they don't change how you get legendary skins, it's not gonna fly in the West. Like, people are gonna raise the biggest of shitstorms, and in my opinion, rightfully so, because it's pretty it's not exactly a very consumer friendly system, in my opinion, the way they do it in Korea. So hopefully they'll be able to make a system where they can still make a good chunk of money off of it to, you know, keep the game rolling. And then, but like, we won't feel too like we're getting too taken advantage of, because that's always a fine line that you kind of have to roll with when you're doing a game, right? Like, you still need to make money as a developer, but you also want your players to not feel like they're losing out, like, you know, that you're only caring about their money. So, ooh, nice platinum 5. Ooh. So it's a very fine line that they'll have to cross. So hopefully they can find a good mix for it. Same thing for the craftable skins in game, because there are craftable skins that we'll get eventually. Of like, it'll be of the dungeon gear. There's some trade skill ones that look pretty beautiful. But you know, all good stuff that we want. That'll come down the line. So we'll see how it turns out. But that's basically gonna be it for today's stream. We pushed really hard and we got, you know, really far. We were 1355 when we started. We're leaving at 13. We're ending at 1363 today. We'll spend the rest of this week trying to get to plus 14 on the last 2 pieces that we're missing, which is the chest piece and the weapon. So hopefully that won't take too long. And then after that, I will take a break and just hoard materials for a while, probably until the 7th. I think I'll hoard materials and just try to, like, build gold by, you know, doing my weekly stuff, and so that way I can do it again, because, like, I had I want to say we were at like 47,000. Like, we had a decent amount of gold, and I dropped like I spent 1,000 just making fusion materials, at least, if not 1,200. And then just with all the clicks it took because I took the weapon from 11 to 12 to 13, and then I took all my stuff from 11 to 14 and then 13. So yeah, we spent like probably close to 3,000 to 4,000 on all the honed attempts. But I feel like it was well spent because I think we got a lot farther than I was expecting. My hope had been with all the materials to get to 1360. Again, we got to 1363. That's fucking huge, and I'm very stoked for that. So hopefully on the week of the 7th we can get to 1370. That'll be fantastic. But yeah, so if you're watching this on the VOD on Twitch or YouTube, I appreciate for watching. If you watched this far, you probably, well, you at least liked listening to me ramble about stuff. I know Lost Ark isn't exactly the most exciting game to watch when it's just someone doing daily stuff, but I think I might start doing more like pugging like the tier 2 abyssals on stream just to like liven things up a bit. But yeah, if you like what you see, I stream over on Twitch from Tuesdays or Monday through Friday for from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Central. Oh, hold up. Let me buy this. I need to buy this. Thank you. Bye. I also I might be putting up more videos. I put up a Grand Blue Fantasy Spark video recently. I think I might, but I think in the future I might like record my PvP to and probably put those in videos to kind of do as like a review process to try to get better. But I'm not too sure about that yet because a lot of me PvPing is also a lot of me raging. But yeah, so thanks again for watching. You know, we got really far today. I hope your hones went at least as successful as mine did, and I hope you don't get stuck in the whole rage honing thing, because that's a pretty dangerous thing to get rolled up in. But yeah, I hope your Lost Ark goes good. I hope your day goes good, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow.